Hello. Hey, Alfred. Hope you're doing well. I'm back with CONCLUSE. I don't remember which one is which. This one. We're just gonna start it right away, because I don't remember what I did the last time around. I think the last time around I actually finished up to day 4. Then we are in day 5, I kind of expect. Yeah, this is like day 5 right now. But I've been playing a lot of Counter-Strike 2 for the past couple of days, and yeah, it's been okay so far. But I've been like super fucking copium onto Counter-Strike lately that like I need to take a break, honestly. But I also need to like finish this game sooner or later because this game is taking quite long. I don't know why is it taking quite long, but sure, it is actually taking super fucking long so far. So we'll see if I could finish it in the next couple of days. So there's that. Hope has now had to kill his sister and her brother, and tomorrow she'll have to kill her mother. You can't imagine having to kill a family member. What a nightmare. Like, Hope has been killing like a bunch of like her fucking family members for the past couple of days, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? I think the first, what was the first day even? The first day was like, first day was something. I don't remember. You kill someone. Second day is that you kill another. No, second day was. I remember the second day very well because the second day you had to kill like someone in a UFO or something like that. I don't even know why. How long has this playthrough been going on? It's been going on for 18 hours now. How you doing, Ugyu? Yeah, it's been going on for 18 hours now. I've been doing. I've done like 3 streams of it so far. I think about 16, 17 hours. Apparently this game is 28 hours, 29 hours. Yeah, Chicken Head. The second day was Chicken Head. Third and fourth were her or Hope's siblings. Now you have to kill the mom and the dad probably. Hey J Games, hope you're doing well. As you get in bed and pull the fence closed, you immediately drift to sleep. So you just fall asleep easily. But yeah, hopefully we can actually finish this game in the next couple of streams because it's been taking so long about on this game. Not bad, only here for a bit, then off to work. That's okay. Why is this the ring now? Hey Gailwin, hope you're doing well. Overslept for work, but lasted until lunch without breakfast. That's good. What the fuck is going on? Huh? So there's like something in her now? The ring? It is the ring. Like, what the fuck? Yo, jump scare? Yo, guys, jump scare? Could have been a jump scare, man. Later that night, you have a strange dream. Again, more strange dreams. You find yourself in a dark nightclub. There is a beautiful singer on the stage. As you get closer, you can see the singer is Carolyn. What, actual Carolyn? I thought you had long hair, fucker! The crowd is hanging on her every word. In the back of the bar, dark figures are watching her perform. Okay, first of all, Carolyn is fucking not blonde. As they watch her, they seem to be sizing her up for something. They have disturbing plans in mind for Carolyn. No sex! No sex! I don't want to be the cook here. Your lamented arm is starting to vibrate. Oh my god, it's starting to throb. Actually throbbing in my pants. But also, okay, one, she's not blonde. She's fucking, holy shit. She's brunette. Second of all, her hair isn't that short at all. Her hair is super long. Honestly. What is this disgusting creature? No way we're gonna go in and out like that. But yeah, we got a picture of her. That she's not blonde. She's fucking brunette, I think. I don't even remember if she's blonde or not, but like, she doesn't even have that short hair. Unless they actually cut her hair. Like, those dark figures actually cut her hair. Which I don't understand if they actually do or not. And I have a feeling that they actually don't. You wake up you wake slowly, still sore from your fight in the Imperial office. Only 2 more levels off the scaffold and you can leave this damned place. Hope better keep up her end of the deal. Alright. Hopefully we're getting the fuck out of here soon. That's the honesty right here. I hope I can get the fuck out of here soon. Fuck that shit. No. Nothing of use. I want to see Amala's weapons.
Waiting for you at the Prefecture.
Okay, you don't even have anything. That's okay.
Do we really have to kill the queen?
Yes.
Maybe we can find a cure instead.
No.
What is it like to kill someone? Does it feel good?
What? No, it doesn't. It's sickening.
Lame.
Lame! Ah, yes. What does it feel to kill a person? Ah, yes. It bothers me. Ah, you're fucking lame, brother. Killing someone feels amazing to me. It's like, what the fuck? AO said it would have new tech for you today. Okay. Wait, really?
Hello, Michael. It's good to see you again. We have developed something that we think will be...
I swear if this ends up being where hope turns evil, I will be sad. In chapter 2? God damn.
Permanent regen patch. It's a permanent implant. It will allow you to slowly recover health at all times.
Oh my god, finally!
Don't the stores in town sell regen patches, though?
Yes, but this one is permanent. Those wear off after one trip.
Thank you, Tainted Tali!
Hours will last your whole
I still keep hearing Eos's fucking voice as Tainted Tali. I have no question why. But it just makes me think of Tainted Tali a lot.
Here, just apply it to your shoulder, and it'll absorb into your skin and disappear by the time you get down to the scaffold.
Apply permanent regen patch.
Oh, your patch will also stack with other patches. So if you apply another regen patch, you will regenerate health even faster.
Wow.
It seems too good to be true.
Technology can make the impossible a reality. Don't forget that.
Thanks. Okay. Well, I gotta save here real quick. And then we can actually go into the next mission. Hello. Tell me my next mission.
Close with my brother, but I did care about him.
Uh-huh.
Before he was infected, he was the pride of my parents. When I heard of the massacre he had committed against the civilians on his level, I didn't believe it.
How did he become infected?
Well, it's a bit complicated.
Everyone got infected as well.
The infection in the scaffold.
Hey, Torsion
all
says,
started
yeah, this game is still
with a
going.
Lament weapon. Lament weapons are made of
I'm gonna just say this as well. This is still chapter 2.
Every time you use your
There's 3 chapters in this game. This is still chapter 2 right now.
your DNA.
A very dangerous substance. Amala told you it was the soul of a demon.
My father used to say that you should use your lament.
And also we're in
weapon
like 16, 17 hours into the game anyways.
It takes a small
5 chapters in this game. This is... I wish it was 5 chapters in this game, but I wish it was 11 chapters in this game. This isn't like chapter 11 or something. This is chapter 2. And I'm like 18 hours in. 16, 17, 18 hours in? Whatever. Hope you're doing well, Cabot. So, like I said, apparently this game takes 28 hours. Or, if my time is correct, 30 hours for me to actually fucking finish this game. Ah, yes, we get the French rep chapter as well.
Wait, so every time I use my gun, it's affecting my DNA?
What?
I'm not totally sure how your gun works, So I don't know if
What if
part
after
of me
all
really-
this you got the bad end? Dude, if I get the bad ending, I have to restart all over again 28 hours?
Our family
No way.
and our lament eyes, they are implanted directly into our bodies at birth.
Wait, what? Wait. So you're telling me later on I have a lament... Wait, so my lament arm is gonna be implanted directly in my body as well? Because I've been using it for the past couple of days, months, whatever it is. Would Kara really have given you this weapon and not told you of its side effects?
In his old age, my father's lament eyes began to infect and take control of his mind and body. He attacked and affected the
I hope
rest
you're
of
doing
our
well,
family,
Cabot.
and then the rest of the 6th level of the scaffold.
He attacked and infected the rest of... Okay.
The
Jesus.
infection spread upwards, and a series of culling events
Like a
occurred.
Sharingan?
Huge swaths of our population were murdered in broad daylight.
I'm surprised that she got out alive though, apart from like her family, like her sister, brother, mom, dad.
As the provisional leader, I made the decision to lock down the scaffold. We sent in hundreds of able men to take on the challenges of the fold, but they were no match for the infection and the creatures it created.
I honestly wonder like what other indie horror games that has that much of content and it's over like 20 hours. I say this again, like indie horror game, because most indie horror games are less than like fucking 7 hours. I have
I
no
tried to clear up
like,
parts of the scaffold
I have
on my
no
own,
recollection of
but the
any
more
other
I used
horror
my
games
lament
out there
eye,
that is like
the more
over
likely
20
I
hours
was
or
to
even
succumb
over
to the
like
infection.
10 hours. Wait, I tried to clear out parts of the scaffold on my own, but the more I use my lament eye, the more likely I am to succumb to the infection.
As
Well,
the
okay.
Prefecture's only
No wonder you don't
defense,
use
I
your
can't
lament
afford
eye.
to overexert myself.
I can see why you needed my help, but I'm still a prisoner here.
Ah, yes! All the sign that I'm helping her, I'm still a prisoner. I forgot about that. Yeah, she kidnapped me.
We had a chance to bring you here with the only weapon that can kill the infection. What would you do?
But I still need to go back to my sister, though. That's the thing. You brought me in here for like a couple of days, and I still have to like find my sister. But not only find my sister, but find my fucking wife as well.
I won't hold
Like,
it
huh?
against you, as long as you hold up your end of the deal and bring me back to the Edison.
I am a woman of my word. You have nothing to fear.
Okay, let's get going then. There's no point in wasting more time.
The boss of the 5th floor is my mother. I was thinking about
Your
her
mom.
earlier.
Hey, yo, now I can actually say your mom jokes.
Didn't say goodbye on the best terms.
Who's infecting the 5th level? Your mom.
After being infected, she began to lose her mind and claimed I was sleeping with my father.
Huh? Lunch break over, good luck. You're missing out the part where she sleeps with her father. Huh?
A horrifying accusation that obviously wasn't true, but she believed it, and it drove her insane.
No, she didn't. It's an accusation.
The last time I saw her, she tried to kill me.
So the mom is like psychotic or something, like cuckoo, thinking her daughter's sleeping with with her husband. What?
That's a lot to process.
What happened? Why is there incest in the story now?
The 5th floor of the
Why is there
scaffold
incest in the
was
story now?
livestock and tended to our crops. Now, it's filled with filth, disease.
We'll sleep together, but not like fucking fuck together.
Meet with Amala at the weapon shop. She has a few items you'll need for the
I'm very confused now. Like, what the fuck? Ah, yes. So my sister and brother, they were actually really kind to me, but my mom, she wanted to kill me because apparently I slept with my dad. What the fuck is the story so far? Which one is it again? This one. Hello. Hello, Amala.
You look tired. Feeling okay?
Yeah, just thinking about last night. Hope's brother was a pretty scary guy.
It's still hard to hear about the members of the Imperial family dying. First Varen, then Princess Autumn, and now Prince Bolo. All killed by...
Oh, Varen is the fucking UFO guy. Oh, yeah, okay. So yeah, first level is like something else that I don't remember. Second guy was the one who actually fucking... He was in a UFO. Yeah, he was in a UFO. Third person, however, was the one that puts the baby inside her vagina again. Which was fucking weird. She like shoved the whole fucking baby inside her vagina. Yeah, if you have never like, how you say, caught the last stream, like we had to kill like a few of our siblings, or like the siblings, I would say. Varen's the brother who was in a UFO. Autumn's the sister who got pregnant. Birthed a baby, tried to shove the baby inside her vagina, and then the baby was like a fucking a monster. And then Bolo fucked the monster, and then we killed him while he was fucking a monster. Like, yeah. I'm not yeah, I'm not lying about that. I'm not lying about that.
I'm grateful, but it goes against our traditions and code of honor.
Uh-huh.
So this means you'll be killing the queen next.
Yes, ma'am. He shrugged, then nod. Oh wait, no! Actually, now I remember now. Okay, no, Varen was the one in the UFO, but that was the first boss. The second boss was the CEO shit, in the nuclear plant. Oh, the second one was the nuclear plant. I fucking forgot about that. Whatever.
She deserves better. When I was young, I used to pray that she would whisk me away and make me a princess.
Bruh.
Now I'm giving you weapons to kill her.
Picked up pestilence, pills, and armor.
The 5th floor of the scaffold is teeming with diseases, cancers, viruses, and parasites.
Cancers? There's a lot of cancers?
Luckily, these pills combined with the armor will keep you 100%.
Wait, hold on. Cancers. Can you pluralize cancer? Can you even pluralize cancer? Or pluralize the word cancer? I thought like multiple cancer is just cancer without the S. Huh.
Just do me a favor and make her death quick.
Maybe I'm like,
Let her suffer.
maybe I'm like forgetting.
I'll do my best.
Yeah, maybe I'm forgetting or some shit. Feel like the plural of cancer is still cancer though. Do I still need to talk to Eos? I can pluralize cancer while I'm in a league game? Yes, of course.
My mother won't be a pushover. I hope you're ready.
Yes, let's hurry and finish the job.
Is something the matter?
Half of the city despises me because of what we're doing.
Before the infection, the Imperial family was a great source of pride for the Prefecture. It's hard for them to let go.
Kill the mom? We were gonna kill the mom, surely. Like, sooner or later, we had to kill the mom anyways. Oh, we had to kill, like, each of our family members because of the whole virus shit. Or even the CONCLUSE infection.
How are you feeling?
Just nervous.
About?
My mother always has something up her sleeve. She's unpredictable.
Yeah, like the time when she suspects that you were fucking your dad. She's very unpredictable like that. Ah, yes. Hey, Jordan. Jordan, let me play CS2 with you, please. I need to play CS2 with you, please. Yeah, you're coming in at the weird time because, like, we found out that, like, the mom has some accusations about, like, the daughter fucking the husband. And it's, like, so weird. I don't know why. CONCLUSE 2? What? If I unlock rank, do I get CS2 automatically? I guess so. I just lost a 5v4. Jesus. CONCLUSE 2! I guess this is CS2 after all. brain dead teammates and cracked enemies. I got toxic like last night over my last game because I was solo queuing my last game, and like no one used comms, and whenever I wanted to tell them to like there's like one guy at outside because I was playing Nuke, one guy inside, one guy outside. Like they told me to shut the fuck up because I was too annoying, and I was calling random stuff, like random stuff in like I don't know why. It was so annoying. The more annoying shit is that one of them was like super fucking low elo, and it was like, huh? I've no more 8s. Well, I haven't even finished this game. I need to finish this game. How you doing, Heishi? Hope you're doing well.
Are you okay?
This level of the scaffold was known as the Imperial Garden. It provided fresh food to all of the Prefecture until it became infected. With no one to tend to the garden, diseases and cancers spread through both the crops and animals. I lost contact with my mother shortly after she had most of her staff killed and locked herself in her shrine. My mother and I don't have the best relationship. It wasn't good before she became infected, and it became truly deranged afterward. Due to her royal duties, she never had much
more
time
A's
with her
game?
sister.
Yeah, we're in like
Raised
18
by
hours
my
into
dad.
this game so
My
far.
brother was her favorite, and she showered him with affection.
Really? Showered him with affection. So is the mom fucking the brother then? If she suspects that Hope is fucking the dad, would we say that the mom is fucking the brother? Ah!
When my brother and father began to go mad from the infection, she denied it and tried to pretend everything was okay.
I see.
Over and over, I tried to convince her to join me and escape to the surface, but she would not budge. She was convinced my father and I had done something.
No, it's not dumb shit. It's the game literally saying that the mom, because the mom got infected, she suspects that Hope was fucking the dad. Like, huh? What kind of accusation is this all of a sudden? What happened? Why is there incest? Why is there accusations of incest? Why is there a lot of sex stuff in this game?
Obviously, that was not true. It was the infection driving her mad. She claimed I was selling my body to him and trying to replace her.
Oh my god, no way.
The surface, we heard she sealed herself and her remaining staff on this level of the scaffold. Since then, she has been isolated.
Cesspool best cest? I guess? I don't know.
Why did she think you were selling your body?
I don't know, but it's important to remember that she was already very far gone at that point. You can't really take it personally. It's something a lot of citizens in the fold have had to deal with. We've all had to watch members of our family lose their mind. During the initial confusion of the infection, there was a lot of mismanagement and bad decisions. It cost us greatly. There was a large unseen toll we had never counted on. The state of mind of our people.
Yeah, like fucking millions of people dying in this fucking area.
What do you mean?
The things we saw and experienced in the first few weeks.
You
of
fucked some.
infection
No.
scarred us so badly.
Like Hope's.
We still have
We're in this new scaffold to kill the mom, or like her mom, because one, she's infected with the CONCLUSE infection. Two, the mom is very agitated that she has an accusation on her daughter, which is Hope, that she was fucking the dad, or like she was fucking like the husband. And then yeah, we're just out there to kill her now.
It was like living in hell in those opening weeks. We were shocked again and again by the violence,
Incest?
depravity,
Accusations of
and
incest.
life.
No, this is the daughter, another daughter. We got two brothers, two daughters, one mom, one dad. Well, okay, including her as the daughter. 2 brothers, 2 sisters, 1 mom, 1 dad. We killed 2 brothers already. We killed 1 sister. Wait, actually, wait, hold on. No, wait. Varen's the brother. Bolo's the brother. Autumn's the sister. Yeah, Hope's the sister. Okay, so the only random person out there was Chickenhead. Like, oh yeah, there's a random person out there. It's just Chickenhead. And then every other levels that we're in, the scaffold are all like ruled by some family member in this fucking Imperial family. They are the complex. Yeah, that's what it is for this chapter. So basically, this chapter is just going through each scaffold. There's 6 scaffolds. Each scaffolds to remove them from this. Remove them by killing them, and then it will, like, the Concluse virus will be like, okay, I guess, like no more Concluse virus on that scaffold because we kill the boss in that scaffold. But I mean, like, the story on this game is just fucking weird because at one point, like in chapter 1, we were supposed to find our wife, and then we got kidnapped, and then we are now being like a fucking vigilante or whatever it is, or like a savior, to kill people to save this prefecture. I have no understanding of this game.
Now, because of your lament arm, we have a chance to make things right. Thank you for going this far with me.
Thank me after we finish the job.
Give me a blowjob after we finish this job. Hell yeah. I would like a blowjob. Fucking blowjob.
This level was our primary source of food. When it collapsed,
I'm gonna up the volume a bit because I actually like put the volume super fucking low at the time because it was so loud for me. I don't know why it was like super fucking loud for me. Let me actually put it like a bit high right now. Like around here.
we lost access to our produce and livestock.
It's sad the animals had to die like this.
No, it kind of matches. The only problem with matching it is that
Most people forget about
she has
the
snake
lives of
eye.
animals.
Whoa, look.
Holy fuck, what the fuck is that? Is that a horse?
This'll-
That's a weird ass horse, honestly. Oh wait. What the fuck? Okay, sure. I just killed like a infected horse and it just goes all the way up. I don't even know if it says a Kuso. Okay, she speaks Japanese. Okay. Is there any more? Oh no, we are in this part again. Oh, it's the 2 key cards. What's Kuso? Kuso these nuts. It's shit. Kuso is shit. Kusa is laughing. Oh, how the fuck am I supposed to see this? The pigs refuse to eat out or drink from the troughs, and the cows won't eat any of the hay. One of the cows eat hay? Oh yeah, cows eat hay. I forgot. One of the older cows, we call her Bertha, won't stop banging her head into the side of her stable. I tried to convince our manager to test the crops for abnormalities. There we go. Abnormalities, but he refuses. He told me the queen has forbidden any testing of the crops or the animals. Is that a guy? That's a guy. That's a farmer. I don't know, that was a weird ass farmer right there. This rusty, there is a rusty shovel stuck in a pile of manure and hay. It could be useful in this area. I am gonna fucking whack people with a fucking shovel. A dead cow. Wait, where's my gun? There we go, my gun. Gun. I don't have a key card though. Where am I gonna get a key card? Oh, fuck off. Are you serious? Why are there farmers here? Why are there more cows here? Whee! Cows flying up. Can I use the shovel for them? I can, okay. Well, use it. There we go. There's a small key buried in the dirt. Safe key, okay. How about this one? Nothing, okay. Compositing? Can I even go in here? No. So wait, can I even burn this? Oh wait, I don't have my lighter anymore. Oh, I thought I still had my lighter. Huh. Interesting. So I just need a safe key. When they die, they go to heaven. They do. But it's so weird that they actually go to heaven like that. Oh, that's my lighter. What the fuck? So I had to scroll backwards to get my lighter out. I burned this thing. Oh, what the fuck was that? Fucking horse. Or cow. Fucking cow. Okay, I need to use the safe key on somewhere. Not here, not here. Not there. Here? Nope. Safe key. I came from there, right? Yeah, I came from there. We have a tractor. I don't think a tractor is gonna be usable. You can't kill horses, they're cows. A tractor covered in a greasy brown substance. They're cows, not horses. I wish they were horses. Because I can create a horse massacre. Of course. Down with all the horses. Only one horse reigns supreme. It's this horse. Oh wait, I can't dig I can't dig a dead cow. I forgot about that. Can I dig this thing? Okay. Where's the fucking farmland apartments? Oh. I saw your self-stats drawing on the Discord. Did you commission it? Yes. What the fuck is that? Hold on. Cause the artist that did the art actually liked my GDQ runs, and they were like, hey, I would love to do art for you one day. And I was like, okay, sure. Then I just thought of stuff, and then he was like very happy that I commissioned him and shit. So there's that. Why is there a ram here? That's a fucking ram here. Where's this fucking safe? I have no idea where's the safe at. They gave you free art. It's not, one of them was free art. Yeah, actually one of them was free art. I have asked for a couple of commissions from the dude already, so there's that. There's a key buried under the desk. Stable key 2. Wait, so I got safe. Wait, so I got safe key or stable key? Hold on. I don't know. What key did I even get? Stable. Oh, stable key. Okay, stable safe key as well. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. It requires a key card, which I do not have a key card. I guess it's your desktop background. My desktop background is not that. No, it's yeah, it's another art that I got for free. So, yeah. And then I asked him for commissions. It's like, yep, actually pretty cool.
This gate is like that gate at the Imperial Government Building. It requires us to both insert keycards at the same time.
Where does this path lead to?
The Imperial Garden Building, my mother's shrine.
Okay. But the question now is, how the fuck do I get in? I had like stable keys and stuff. Cute, yeah. I have stable keys. I just don't know where to use those stable keys on. Of course it's a stable. You have to use the stable keys for a stable. Ah, yes. But where the fuck's the stable? Am I blind or something? Okay, stable. Okay, stable 2. Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's a stable. That doesn't even look like a stable, but sure, that's a stable. Stable key 3. Use safe key. Inside the safe there is a metal key. Stable lock key. Okay. Stable lock key. Stable 2. Stable 1. Okay, does stable 1 have any kind of locks in here? No? No. No? I don't see any. Stable 2. I'm guessing right here are the other stables. Stable 3, yes, okay. Okay, cool. Is that a dead sheep? A dead goat. Okay, it's close enough. It's close enough. Is that a person? Is that a fucking farmer? Oh, it's an ostrich. Oh, fuck. What's an ostrich doing here? Out of everywhere is a fucking ostrich. Okay. Is that a scythe?
This is an offering shrine.
Huh?
In our world's old religion, Cantoism, it was believed that
Cantoism.
the gods brought good fortune. We still have some offering shrines around the Prefecture, but most citizens ignore them. They are a reminder of a more
Hey, Kylo Ren.
barbaric time.
Did
where
you get
sacrifices
CS2
were expected
already?
to be paid to the gods. This offering shrine requires corn, sunflowers, and cow meat.
Sag. Cope. That's a cope right there, man. There's a well-worn scythe used for harvesting crops. It could also be used as a weapon. Okay. So I need 1 cow, 3 wheat, and 3 whatever that fucking middle thing is. Gaben inviting us to students. Yes. It's funny that you still do not have CS2 though. What? Hello? Did I get it already? Oh. Corn. I got corn. What? Wait. Do I have to cut until I get corn on the floor? Are you serious? No fucking way, man. Ah! This is time consuming! Why did they make it so time consuming now? It's padding. Okay, sure. Wait, did I only get 1 corn and that's it? I got like 1 corn. Did I miss another corn? No, okay. I thought I'm missing other corns as well, so I was like, Unless, like, only 1 corn is enough. Hold on. Is 1 corn enough? Wait. How am I supposed to... Okay, how am I supposed to cut this fucking cow? I can't cut this cow. There we go. You cut the cow into car characters but unable to find any solid meat. Are you serious? There you go. Jesus. Okay, so I need to sacrifice 1 cow meat. Corn, sunflower, and cow meat. Okay, corn, sunflower, cow meat. Don't tell me I still have to do all these stuff after the sunflower. Are you serious? So literally I had to find a fucking sunflower out of all of these. Are you shitting me? 3 of them even! Are you shitting me right now? Holy shit, I'm depressed. Why are you depressed? Is it because Payday 3 was not the game that you wanted? Oh, you did some math. Oh. I haven't even played the beta stuff yet for Payday 3. I've only played like the... Oh. I've only played like the first beta. I didn't play like the open beta yet. Because I have no friends to play open beta with. I have no idea anymore about so many basic principles. Math is math. You know-lifed it? Well, not that I want to ask you. I wanna have someone who could like endure my shenanigans. Because the last time that I played Payday 3 with someone, they didn't like my shenanigans of like fucking around in the game. They saw me fucking around in the game and they were like, okay, Juho, you need to step back and hey yo, you come here. You're a better person, right? I was like, okay. Everyone just stealths. Everyone just stealths, yeah. I just wanted to like fuck around and shoot people, honestly. Cause I don't know what to do. Like, I literally have no idea what to do in Payday 3. Let alone, like, I have no idea what to do in Payday 2. I just fuck around and shoot people. I just tell people to get down on the ground, and then everyone was like, what the fuck are you doing? But how many maps did they actually add in now? Is it just the 1 so far? It can't be just the 1 so far. Wow, I'm being a fucking farmer right now. Basic trigonometry. RIP. At least you're not as fucked up as I am, though. I'm so down to play Payday 3. To be fair, though, all I can say is that I've been playing a lot of CS2. But also CS2 has been triggering me as well because a lot of bad teammates and a lot of, like, people who are, like, super fucking good for some reason. Funny horde shooter. It is funny horde shooter. But I really do want to actually rank up on fucking CS2 though. So it's either I procrastinate or I play a lot of CS2. And I still have a lot of other games that I need to play as well sooner or later that I need to complete. Like fucking I wanna actually start on playing Goodbye Volcano High, that I haven't even touched it yet. I have only like played the intro, and then afterwards I stopped for because CS2 is out. I even stopped playing Starfield because of CS2. Oh shit. Thank you. Finally, I got more corn. Just have fun. Well, okay, for CS2, right? I just want to get the fucking purple, the whatever purple rank. Yeah, I just want to get the purple rank. That's it. After placing the items, you stand back with hope and look at the shrine.
Now what?
Now what? What? Did you think something was going to happen?
Yeah, duh. It's a fucking shrine. Something's gonna happen on the shrine, right?
Well, yeah.
A light show.
It didn't exactly
Pew, pew,
stop me
pew,
from
pew, pew,
gathering
pew.
the items for it.
After you found that boot with the wrench, I decided to stop questioning your weird hunches.
Are you fucking serious?
Do you say special words or something to make the sacrifice complete?
Let me think. There was a chant people said.
Uh-huh. Hope paces around, wrecking her brain. After a few minutes, she suddenly gasped.
Gods, please accept our offering. Na Dakila.
Na Dakila! Na Dakila!
Now you have to say it.
Alright, Na Dakila!
Accept our offering. Na Dakila.
I like how you say Na Dakila! You and Hope wait for some kind of response, but all you can hear is the sound of crickets outside. Hope sighs.
This was a stupid idea.
A terrifying animal scream pierces through the air around you. You and Hope exchange worried glances. Your lament arms is starting to vibrate again. It's like it knows you're going to need to use it soon.
Ready?
Yeah, let's go. All right, we're gonna fuck something up. Can I get my throbbing heart gun that I'm gonna use it to come to something soon? Oh my god, that's a cockroach. Oh, that's a rammer. Oh my god! What a rammer! What a rammer, dude! What the fuck? Holy fucking shit! What the fuck? Picked up Imperial Garden keycard 1. Okay. Thank you for your keycard. What? Nadakila? Nadakila. But yeah, maybe sooner or later I would actually play. In Tagalog is awesome. Are you serious? That seems to be fake. Honestly, that seems to be fake. But yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be getting Payday 3. I wanna ask Tali to give me a key for Payday 3, but like, I am just not sure whether or not I really played Payday 3. We could play for release. I mean, sure, but also at the same time, I'm not too sure. Like I'm not too sure about it yet. I'm not sure if I really do want to actually play it just yet. I wanna like maybe take my time and just wait it out for a bit, or you know, play it by my own or something. I'm not too sure, because I have a lot of games that I really want to play as well soon, until like Payday 3 comes out. But I also do not know if, like, you know, I was content creator, so I could apply for key. For me, I asked Tali for it. I think you can ask Tali for it as well. Like, if you were to stream the game and then call it a sponsored stream because you got the key for it, it's like that. Don't really want to bother her. I guess that's fair. What the fuck? I can't see the words. Okay, the pigs suddenly died today. They have been infected with some type of parasite. We started to call the infected animals, but were stopped by guards on behalf of the queen. What the hell is she thinking? 2 viewer ND. True. I went from a 50 viewer ND to a 20 viewer ND now. CS2 man? Ah yes, the CS2 has been getting into me, that's why. I was streaming CS2 for the last couple of times though. Why is there a pig fucking floating like that? Well, the pig's gonna go to heaven. Rip pig. Went to heaven. Door's locked, really? So do I need to find a key? Oh. I still have to use my scythe then. Okay. Nope. April 9, 2023. That's a long time ago. Okay, cool. What? Pigpen. That means it's outside? Hold on. Do I need to use my scythe for this thing? No, okay. Finals can consume everything from me. Oh, what the fuck? Hold on, let me actually go back in first. I've been playing like a lot of games lately that like I don't really I haven't been speedrunning a lot lately. The only game that I learned how to speedrun like for the past couple of months is actually fucking Amanda the Adventurer. Other than that, like all the other games that I've been playing so far were games that or like speedrun were games that I was called in for marathons or showcases and such. Like Drew on the Grudge and such. Really? Was that it? Oh. So what do I do with the pig meat then? 3-month time span when you didn't touch any games? Jesus. Hey yo, there's something in there. There's a key lying in the hay. Okay. So that one is gonna be used for... I'm guessing this door right here? Yeah, okay. Give me my gun out. What the fuck? I missed that bullet, really? That key's used for right anal? True, that's actually true. How are you doing, Xeon? Hope you're doing well. Door's locked, okay. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of games lately that I haven't been speedrunning a lot. I mean, like, I've been wanting to speedrun a lot more games, but like I've been like super procrastinating. Like I have been procrastinating a lot lately. And I've been wanting to play a lot more games as well, but like some games has been like quite interesting to me. Some games are not that interesting to me. I've been wanting to see whether or not I could actually like play a lot more games, I guess. But also at the same time, I just, you know, my game genres are so limited at the moment that like I have no like new games to play. And the one that they kind of delayed it a bit, which was Alone in the Dark, they delayed it until January, so I don't know what other games that I really do want to play sooner or later. 3 fish, 1 sunflower, 1 pig. 1 pig, really? Start making games? I don't want to make games. I don't know what to make games for. I'm not that creative to make games. Oh fuck, hi. Hey yo, hey yo, 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 yo. Any ammonia slash bleach? I guess no. Okay. Make a porn game. Hey yo, we're gonna make a porn game. Who's gonna be my furry girlfriend then? Hey yo. Furry porn game with a furry girlfriend, surely. What is this note? Why is this so fucking... The queen has locked herself in her shrine and blocked access to the fold elevator. She sent guards to bring all junior staff to the slaughterhouse, but no one would tell us why. Why? Because. Just because. Someone has buried a bottle of ammonia. It's used as a cleaning solvent. Its contents seems unaffected by the surroundings. Still usable. Cool. Jewel making a porn game is just like the... No! How you doing, Firefly? Hope you're doing well. I've yet to play like a few other games as well, including, I think Palia is one of them. I was introduced to Palia by someone, and I've been wanting to play Palia. I've been playing a little bit of Palia, but like afterwards it was like consumed by fucking CS2. But also at the same time, I'm hoping to get a new computer soon as well, or like so apparently my upgrades for the computer has arrived, and the upgrades are gonna be coming like this week. So hopefully this week I can actually get my computer like all upgraded and stuff, and then we'll see about the next couple of like next week, I guess, with the new computer setup. But also at the same time, I'm hoping to actually see whether I could actually rock a two system setup, I guess. We'll see. The substance in the trowel emits a high-pitched scream and suddenly expels itself from the trowel. You watch as it dissolves into the wall. Now that the trowel is clear, you can see something lying inside of it. Ignoring Hope's warning, you reach into the trowel and fish out a key. Alright, we got a key. But yeah, I'm hoping to rock a two computer setup, but my two computer setup is because of something else. Maybe I'll think about it later when I still get more parts and stuff. But I do really want to get like maybe like a graphics card or something like that. We'll see when it comes. I just need some graphics card to be actually good enough. For the computer. Like the old computer, I guess. Where's this door? Yo, where's this door? What the fuck? Am I blind or something? Where's this door? Is there no door here? Oh, okay. Good, that computer made you and Goody. Well, I gotta... So, here's the thing, though. I might have to, like, take the PC that I have away. Like, the Windows 7 PC. Because I have a Windows 7 PC. Because the problem with a Windows 7 PC right now is that Steam is gonna be disabled at the end of 2023. So, I can't really use Steam on this computer. Not this computer, on my Windows 7 computer anymore. So I'm probably gonna throw my Windows 7 computer away. Yeah, Steam is gonna be gone on Windows 7. So you can't play any Steam games on Windows 7. Yeah, on Windows 7. Sucks to be you. So that's why I wanted to like take the PC away. Because I have no use for it anymore, other than like it used to be used for like old stuff like storing my porn stash, Smile, and my other games as well that actually runs better on Windows 7. But since like I don't really use a lot of my Windows 7 PC anymore, I'm probably just gonna like take it away or something along the lines of that. Try Windows XP. Windows XP is so good, by the way. How you doing, Wilson? Wait, me. You stash into your new computer. It's DDR3 though. Wait, is it what? It's not DDR3. It's like something else. Sorry. Hey yo, fish. Is that fish? I don't even know if that's fish. This is fish. Horse carcass. Horse meat. We're taking horse meat. Oh man. No way we're taking horse meat. Oh man. The horse meat is all gone. The queen ordered our guards. Oh no. The queen ordered our guards unit to kill the junior staff and process their remains using the slaughterhouse facilities. DDR is irrelevant. Your Windows 7 computer has a hard drive. It can be used on another computer. I don't think so. Can it? Because my HDD is like kind of fucked, I guess. Like a HDD to like a new system? I don't think so though. But then again, I'm gonna get new SSD as well. So I'm probably gonna like wipe my Windows 7 computer out sooner or later, and then just like I don't know what to do with the parts, honestly. Transfer my shit to another drive. That's what I would do, but also at the same time I need to get a fucking external hard drive, which I don't have, and I need to buy one. Wait. We killed the junior staff and began prepping their bodies, but the senior staff refused to process the meat. They attacked our guard unit and were forced to put them down. Hold on, let me check something real quick. You want my SSD if you're interested, but like, would you ship it? That's the question. Would you ship it? I don't know if you would were to ship it though, but would you ship it? It could be less than 50. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. So I got horse meat. What do I do with a horse meat now? I don't think it's used for that shrine. Is it? Is it really used for that shrine? Fish. Okay, wait, hold on. Fish, sunflowers, pig meat. Okay. How do I even get fish? Fish through here? Where do I fish? I fish here? There we go. Wait, that's it? Huh? Okay. I guess we fish. I guess one more fish could be here. No. I need to find another place for me to fish. I can't fish here, am I right? Yeah, I can't fish here. I'm saving my money and I'm thinking about going to Son of Monsterpalooza next month because the guy who voiced Burrito from... Ooh, that's cool. I'm trying to save up for if I could actually go to AGDQ though, because I submitted games for AGDQ, and if like it gets in, if I get into AGDQ, I'm probably gonna like hopefully save money to go to AGDQ, because I really want to go to you know, America again. Not again, but I really do want to go to America someday. Okay, let's see if this works if I don't have the sunflower seed. Oh, that means I do need a sunflower seed. Oh, fuck my life. Why do I need to do this? I want to see the wolf's actor though, because he's hot, hot, hot. Ooh. That's cool. But yeah, I'm hoping to actually go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania soon. Sunflower, right? Yeah, sunflower. Goddamn. Why do I have to get fucking shit, though? Get all the crops now. Okay. Do I really need more of these? I feel like I need more of these though, but I don't know. Same goes with the corn. Maybe not for now, but we'll see. Because I still need to do a lot of the sacrifice stuff. And I also got horse meat, so maybe there's more sacrifices to be made. Which way is it? This way. The stamina in this game is shit, though. Like, if there's one thing they would legit fix with this game, is the stamina. Stamina seems like fucking bullshit, honestly. Oh wait, what? Where am I supposed to go? Did I come in here already? Oh, it's here. Okay. Okay, so here. After placing the items, you stand back with hope and look at the shrine.
Gods, please accept our offering. Na Dakila.
Na Dakila!
Gods, please accept our offering. Na Daki La.
Na Dakila! Na Dakila! A terrifying animal scream pierces through the air around you. Okay, where is it? Holy shit, a fucking dragon? What the fuck? A fucking dragon? Where's that fucking dragon all of a sudden? Oh my god, Jesus. What the fuck? What's going on? What the flying fuck is this going on right now? Where's that fucking dragon here all of a sudden? How many shots do I need for it to go down as well? It's not even going down at all. Okay, there you go. Holy shit, it just like fucking... It disappears. It just shrinks and disappears. Wow. Very good game. Cool, this game is great. Unlock. There we go. Cool. After looking over some documentation we found on the slaughterhouse machinery, we were able to process the junior staff without help from the senior staff. The Queen was pleased to hear that we processed the senior staff as well. The meat is being packaged and sent up to the other levels of the scaffold. Jesus. That's shit though. Meat, yeah, meat. Can I cut these meat? Can I cut these meat? Or I can't. Can I do anything with these meat? I'm not gonna eat burgers. Oh, okay. Maybe it's outside though. I'm not too sure. 1 horse meat for... Oh my god, so I need to do fishing. I need to do more fishing. I have a lot of horse meat though. Yeah, how many horse meat do I even have? Yeah, how many horse meat do I even have? Okay, horse meat. How many horse meat do I have? I can't just only have 1. Do I really just have 1? Wasn't there another door that's locked as well? Or was that the only door that's locked? Yeah, was that the only door that's locked? Huh. I had a lot of fish last Saturday. Fish good. Yeah, fish is good. I can't believe they implement this in the gameplay though. This is so boring. Why did they have to add fucking farming into the gameplay? Although I'm like into farm sims, this ain't the farm sim for me, Ben. Like I don't mind any kind of like farm sim games, but like holy shit, this one is like fucking ridiculous in my fucking... Hello? Why can't I just... Is this... What? Really? Join Sir AV on Stardew Valley. I can't really get into Stardew Valley. I think that's one of the only like few like farm sim games that I can't get into. I tried to get into like Stardew Valley a long time ago, but it doesn't really seem interesting to me. And I don't think I was like ever interested into like the game at all. I hope they gave me like 2 more ish. And let this not be RNG, of course. Because if this is RNG, I'm kind of fucked. Yeah, if this is RNG, I'm kind of fucked though. Because I need... There we go, cool. I could actually pick it up. Pick it up! There we go. Picked it up. That's a lot of corn though. And I need 2 fish. I don't even know how many horse meat do I even have though. I don't even know how many horse meat I have. What is table 5 again? Nothing. What is here then? Oh, is this the door that was locked as well? Oh, okay. Wait. That just leads outside. That just leads outside anyways. That's like nothing. Okay, whatever. Fish. Okay, we got fish. How many fish do I even need? I think I need 2 fish. I'm gonna get like more fish at least, because I do not know how many fish do I really need though. Okay, this way. What? The door won't open. I see. So, the door opened already. Excuse me, game. You can see that I can go into the door. Oh, that's a weird thing to see. A fucking glowing ball in the middle of nowhere. At least the game's not really as saturated as before, though. Like how it was in the previous chapter of the game. Okay, Nadakila. Can I get more Nadakila?
Gods, please accept our...
Gods, please accept our offering. Na daki la.
Passageway has appeared inside of the sacrificial shrine.
Whoa, where does this go to?
The slaughterhouse should be on the other side of this wall.
Uh-huh! Alright, let's go!
Just as I thought, we're in the slaughterhouse. Keep your eyes peeled. We still need to find the keys.
Oh my god, fuck me. Stop it! Why are they here in the first place? Okay, they're both dead. At least they're both dead. I still like how those things have sound. Like those shit stains have sound. I have no idea why, but they just have sound. So like fuck all. What? Button. Can I not press button? Oh my god. Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Holy fuck. There's a lot of... Why are there a lot of these shit stains? Who put those shit stains
Another
here?
offering shrine.
Are you
This
serious?
shrine requires the hearts of 3 animals: a cow, a horse, and a pig.
I need hearts now? How am I gonna get... How am I gonna find hearts now? What? What did what? Yeah, what did what? What did what? Oh, it does that button. Okay, I see that. Why do these need 3 shots? This seems easy enough to actually fucking die on one shot of my fucking penis gun. Throbbing penis gun. It does come out like white stuff, which is very accurate with my throbbing gun. Wait, was this part open just now? Oh fuck, wow. He came out of the fucking pen. Nice. Why is there so many of them? What prompted them to make so many of these? Yeah, what prompted them to make so many of these? Because you made some yogurt and spilled down. No. That can't be true. What is... How am I gonna go that way? This way? The gate won't budge, it's stuck. Oh, fuck my life. Okay. Oh, I can't shoot that? Yeah, I can't shoot? Hello? Okay. Jesus. I was like, why can't it shoot? Hey Fort. Hope you're doing well. Where do I go? This place is still like as dark as it is, and it's fucking whatever. Now how do I get to the other side then? Where do I go to get to the other side? What the fuck is this? Oh, is this fucking weapon, Lamau? I can't use the hooks. I can't use the hooks at all. Okay, these 2 buttons are already on. There was a switch here as well. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, what? So this one, does this one like close? Oh, it closes that. Oh. Is Odd Jobs hat from James Bond? It is. Fucking guillotine hat. I forgot I had it on the last gameplay of this game. Okay. Oh, switch here. There we go. Cool. I got pinned. I got pinged. Don't know why the fuck did I get pinged. I got pinged. What's this? There we go. Sorry. Tomorrow, what time will I be up? God knows what time will I be up. At best 2 or 3 p.m. I can wake up early if you want me to. I hope you're doing what's up, DC Pro. This one. It's fine. Okay. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna get the parts tomorrow? Where does? Wait, hold on. So if I were to do this, doesn't. Oh, does it open through that side? Oh, it does. Okay, wait, hold on. Yeah, what's up? Why is it stuck? With more on you soon? Okay, cool. That's good to know. That's good to know. Thank you for the update. And hopefully I can kill this fucking pig. Because this pig is gonna come up from its pen. Like there's no fucking walls for some reason. Why do they not implement fucking walls? And it's everything you can like, and like enemies can go through anything. It's so weird.
These pigs have been lying out for months. Their skin has ossified. There are slaughtered carcasses in the basement. They should be easier to cut into.
Okay. I guess I can cut into them instead, right? Yeah, I can cut into them instead, not these. But is there a switch? Is there a switch? Was there a switch? Oh my god, Jesus. Where the fuck do you come from? Where the fuck do you come from, honestly? I can't even see a switch. Is that a switch? Am I blind? Okay, that door can open up. There you go, that's the switch. There you go, okay. I need to go to that switch then. Okay. That makes sense. It's stuck? Oh, wait, what? Wait. That means I'm just here to fucking... Wait, what? What am I supposed to do here then? Oh, is that... Oh, is this the switch for... Oh, don't tell me it's the switch for that other door. It probably will be the switch for the other door. I guess so. But I've already saved, right? I'm pretty sure I've already saved. What? How am I gonna get... What? Wait. Huh? Wait, what? I don't understand now. Wait. Is there like another door that I never went to? Huh. This goes around here. Oh, it's that switch. There we go. It's still stuck. Okay, so I'm guessing this switch goes to I guess the switch goes to nearby or something. There's something nearby. I suspect. I don't know how nearby it is. This one. Yeah, there we go. In the basement. Alright. Oh my god, Jesus! Fuck that. Shooting you in the butt. And you're dead. I like how shooting it in the butt is always the good thing. Leads to a battery nearby. You look inside the fuse box and find it's missing a fuse. So I need to find a fuse. Fuck my life. Hope easily cuts into the horse carcass.
We're in luck. The heart is still intact.
Thank God. Thank God we got one heart, which is a horse heart. I'm sad. But sure, horse heart. It's a fuse. Okay, we got a fuse. At least we got a fuse. Alright. Press that door. And press that door as well. Bring out my gun. I need my gun. There we go. Is this fuse also fucked? Oh, so, yeah. Okay. Fuse is also fucked. Is there a fuse in there? No. It would have been great if there's a fuse in there, so I don't have to go here. Any fuses? Oh, whatever that hole is. What? Where's that holes? Where did these buttons? What? Press all of them though. Hello? Oh, don't tell me there's like a weird boss fight in here.
The heart is
Okay, we got a heart. We got another heart, which is good.
the heart.
Nope. Wait, these are just pics or what? Wait, Sailor Moon from Silent Hill 3. Oh, Sailor Heather from Silent Hill 3. Maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
The
What does this do?
the heart.
Ugh, okay. So I need to get a better one then. Sexy beam. I know about sexy beam. Ew. Is there anything else that I can actually get? Other than just... Oh wait, I can fish. I'm fishing in there. You cast your fishing line to the tippet pole below. You can see animal intestines gently bobbing up and down on its surface. You wait for a moment. A nut. I got a nut. A strange metal egg. You shake it and hear something inside, but how do you get it open? I got an egg. And that's about egg. Can I use this thing? Can I use this thing at least? Can I not? Okay. So I had to use the metal egg for something else, I guess. I wanted to ask, how do you change, how much do you charge?
It's a cow. It's hard to.
Okay. So we got that as well. At least we got all of it. Almost all of it, I guess. I think it was 40. 45, I think. I don't remember. It's around there. 40, 45. I think I got all the hearts. Right? I think I already got all the hearts. I just need to go back. I just don't know where is back. There's back. Okay. My stamina is still like fucking shit though. That's all I can say about this game. The game's stamina is like fucking shit.
Gods, please.
Gods.
Okay. We need one sacrifice.
Another offering. This one requires a human sacrifice.
What? Really?
Ha ha ha!
This could be tricky.
So can we like sacrifice a human from somewhere? Here?
What
Hello,
is this?
human.
This is a meat printing machine.
Meat printing machine?
Using a special blend of animal.
So we can print
and stem
ourselves?
cells, we are
Really?
able to print 3D clones of animal body parts.
No way.
That's crazy.
It's very expensive. The filament and mining costs can make each animal part worth thousands of dollars.
Are you serious? Really?
It was used for extremely wealthy clients who wanted to eat endangered animals.
Uh-huh.
What?
Can you print people?
True. Hope gives you a strange look.
What?
What?
If you can print animals, couldn't you print humans too?
I've never heard of anything like that.
Just curious.
Oh, shit. Okay. We're probably gonna print ourselves. For sure. Yeah, we're probably gonna print ourselves then. Alright, let's go and print ourselves. Soon. Soon TM. If I know how to make this work. How do you make this work? What the fuck?
How does the printer work?
The structure suspended over the filament pool is called the printer head.
Uh-huh.
When a print command is executed, the printer head fires a high-intensity laser into the filament pool.
Uh-huh.
The filament naturally rises from the pool as it is heated by the lasers. After the process is complete, the filament pool is drained, and the printed object is raised from the pool.
Huh. Okay. What the... What the fuck is that? Hello? What is this? Control panel is powered on and the screen is active. You touch the screen several times but nothing happens. You hear a low humming sound and then see a boot up screen for Horizon OS?
Horizon OS? Why does that sound familiar?
Bruh! That's in the Edison Hotel. Michael? A voice is emanating from the printer screen.
Hello?
Michael, it's me, Horizon, the artificial intelligence.
Oh, that's weird. Why are you here?
As I was uploading myself to another space, the drifting prefecture moved in and blocked my signal.
Oh.
I've been trapped here ever since. You have to get me out of here. This place is a nightmare.
I'm not really sure what I can do.
There is enough filament to let me print myself, but you need to execute the command.
Wait, so we can make him into a human?
The only problem is, the schematic is down in the basement, in the servers of the old 3D printer.
Okay, so we need a fuse then.
Yeah, we're not doing that. We have our own mission.
But we need a fuse! We need to fucking print another human!
But our missions overlap. There is also a schematic for a human body there too.
What? Why would they have a human body schematic?
Going by the records I could find, they used to sell printed men and women as servants, sex slaves, and food.
How would you use humans as food? Cannibalism? Cannibalism.
This place is just as messed up as Earth.
How could they do this?
We don't have time.
How can they do this?
Ethics. I told you the truth. It is what it is.
It is what it
Find
is.
a way to
That's
reach
it.
the basement 3D printer
It is
servers.
what it is.
Then use this USB stick to download the schematics for Horizon and human body.
Pick up USB
When you
stick.
get back, plug the USB stick back into this machine, and I will take care of the rest. After I print my new body, I'll help you take on the slaughterhouse boss.
Oh, really? You consider what Horizon said, then look at Hope.
What do you think?
Hope looks at you wearily, suddenly looking very tired.
Whatever. Let's just hurry.
She's crying! That's not tired! She's like, wah, okay, fine. Our plans are supposed to be our plans, not everyone's plans. Okay. So what the fuck do I do now? Okay. There is a button though. But I do need to put in a USB for to somewhere. Hold on. Okay, I do need to put a USB in somewhere.
Sing it. Vagina.
Spot! Thank you for the 70-month resub. Much appreciated. Hello. Hope you're doing well, my dude. How's CS2 treating you, by the way? Like, like now that we can't really play together at the moment because of the whole fucking ping issue. Playing pretty good. How about you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine. Still on with this game because this game is taking quite a while to finish. But I'm gonna hope that I could actually finish it as soon as possible as well. But yeah, how's CS2 going for you, by the way? It sucks that like now with the whole subtick servers, I think the ping wise is gonna make a lot of issues as well. Bang my setup clone. Ooh. Oh shit, there we go. Oh, I got a fuse. Oh shit, okay. Now I can actually use that fuse. This fuse better on my usual setup than on my laptop. Yeah, I figured. Like, laptop is gonna be really bad if you were to play it. Because of all the different issues as well. Let me put this fucking fuse. There you go. Cool. Shooting speed pattern is still kind of bad. It is. But I got a bit used to it already, and I hit my first 30 bomb like a few days ago, actually. That's pretty cool. Can I fish in here? Yeah, I can. Okay. Can I fish? Hello? Can I not fish? There we go. I didn't catch anything. Nothing in there? Okay, fine. Oh, wait! Never mind! The water just drained. Not from here, but from the other side. Okay, that's weird. Wait, from the other side? So it's this way? This one got drained? Holy shit. Oh my god. I mean, my laptop runs it smoothly. It's just another resolution. Oh, I see. But it's also, like, not really in the, well, the hertz, you know? Cock? No cock. Power's off. Okay. Why is your gun made out of T1000? My gun is a throbbing cock. And it's weird. I don't know why. How you doing, Rome? Hope you're doing well. Hey, question. Did you accidentally unfollow me and then refollow me? Rome? After turning on the power, the control panel has powered on and the screen is active. Hey, Silence. There is a large error on the screen. It says the printer is not responding. I do not know when I unfollowed you. Oh yeah. I saw my email. I was like, Romebot followed me. I was like, did you unfollow me and refollow me somewhere? I'm finally awake for a stream and it's for the worst of reasons. What is your reason? There is an option to down. Is it because I'm streaming? That's why I'm streaming. That's why. There is an option to download data from the printer server. Okay. You insert the thumb drive Horizon gave you into the USB port on the side of the screen. Data is downloading. Downloaded human schematics. Downloaded eye schematics. The download is complete. You eject the thumb drive. Okay, cool. Oh, everything's all gone now. That's good. You have email notification for every follow. It's only when Twitch fucking sends it. Sometimes when Twitch doesn't send it, it's okay. But like sometimes in an occasion, like Twitch just sends like an email saying that, oh yeah, this guy follows you. I was like, oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks, Twitch. Where am I supposed to go again? Had to take the oh. Hope your cat is going well, doing well though. Take care of your cat. This way. Kidney stone, dead pat. Oh. Well, you're very close though. It was Pat, who's sick. Slaughterhouse. There we go. Spending the night just there just to be safe. All right. Yeah, as long as you can take care of your cat that well, you'll be fine. But yeah, when sometimes like RS25 fucking follows me, like unfollow, refollow me, like I can actually see it, because he's stupid. Horizon is waiting for you as you approach the screen.
Excellent, Michael. I just downloaded both sets of schematics.
Oh, hell yeah.
This machinery is old and could break at any moment. I'm going to print both my body and the human body at the same time.
Oh.
Okay, do we need to do anything?
No, just stand back and stay away from the filament pool.
Oh, okay.
If this doesn't work, we're screwed.
Alright, work your magic! Horizon OS. Let's go! 3D printer, 3D printing in 1999. I can't believe this. Oh my god. It's fucking Horizon
Nice to
OS.
see you again, Michael.
Oh my god. And then, who's this fucker? Perfection? Yeah. Okay. Oh my god.
Now that the sacrifice is dead, we can begin the ritual.
What ritual? Oh no. Look at both of their eyes being so wide open as
I
well.
hope you're ready. The slaughterhouse boss is no pushover.
Can he print a new wife? Probably. Wait, is he the boss? Oh wait, the shock of seeing Horizon so easily end alive is not something you will soon forget.
Okay, let's go.
Horizon has joined your party. Okay, cool. Wait, Horizon has joined my party. So I got Horizon right now as a party member. Wait, but can I still make another human? I can't make another human though. I need another human. Unless that's the sacrifice. Was that the sacrifice? You carefully place the dead body onto the offering shrine. After placing the body, you stand back with Hope and Horizon and look at the shrine.
Gods, please accept our offering. Na Dakila.
No Dakla!
Gods, please
No
accept our offering.
Dakla!
Na Dakila.
No Dakla!
Horizon has to say it too.
Oh.
Gods, please accept our offering. Nadaki La.
No Dakla! Let's go! Hello? Holy shit. What the fuck is that? No Dakla! Oh, it's a bunny? What the fuck? Okay. Donkey? It looks like a hybrid of a donkey and a bunny though. Oh fuck, are you serious? Ow! Jesus. Oh shit, he's dead! He's gone! This game is not, yeah, the game's not finished. How's the game not done? That's it? Okay, that's about it then. Now to kill, the mom. Your mom. I'm gonna kill your mom. Your mom. Let's go! That one miss is why you will never get to 15k. 15k? Ew. Ew. Oh. How dare you? I'll get a 15k someday. Your mom's 15k? Shut up. I bet you when you play CS2, I bet your elo is gonna be 1k. I just played with someone who is like 1k like yesterday. It was like so weird that I actually played against a guy, or like played with a guy that has 1k elo. I wonder how low Sis will actually get on CS2 though. Too bad, too sad. I don't even have CS2 to play. Sucks to be you. True. Having to grind for elo. True. But Sis has CS2 now, and it's gonna be so weird to see like how low Sis can go.
I'm afraid this is where we must part.
What? Why?
What? Why?
True. Thank you for copying my lines, Michael.
I was damaged during the slaughterhouse boss fight. I need to repair parts of my internal structure. I will meet you both on the surface when your mission here has been completed.
Okay, sure. Hope waits for Horizon to disappear from view before turning to you.
I don't trust that thing. Not one bit.
True. Did you write the script? No, I did not. NikkiTude. They give it a follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, much appreciated. Hope you're doing well, NikkiTude. I don't trust that they one bit.
When we get back to the surface, I'm going to have Eos investigate
Someone mentions
what
CS2.
Horizon really is.
We will see Juho in the credits. Juho contributing to the line. What? Why? Yeah, true. Clip that shit. There's some good ass timing as well. Sis, how many games have you played on CS2 so far? And how many wins do you have on CS2 so far? I am very curious to what your elo would be, since you are at silver 1, and I'm very curious into whether or not your elo would be around like under 1,000, because I actually played I played with people who were 1k elo, and I don't know how low the elo system will go. If the elo system actually goes all the way down to like 1, that's gonna be so like, that would be so weird to see, like legit. Or like if it goes down to 0, that'd be so fucking weird to see how low the elo system can go.
I don't know if that's necessary.
That's why I'm running the prefecture and you're not.
Hook continues walking towards the Imperial Garden Gate. You hurry to catch up. Imagine 0.001 elo. True. Alright. Let's go kill mom. Mommy! I'm here now! Mommy! Oh, don't tell me I have to do like another fucking task again.
What is that up ahead?
What was that? Is that a person? That's a person.
Oh God, it's my mother.
Yo, my mom?
Oh,
Negative in
wait.
Rainbow Six Siege? Maybe.
お母さん、どうしたの?
Dosano! Hey yo, Japanese?
誰がやってんの?
Hey! Yo! Shut the fuck up, weep! Stop talking in weep language!
起きて、お母さん、起きて!
CS2 is built different. It is! Because Source 2 engine.
Oh, is it really you?
Hope, is it really you?
It's me. Are you okay?
Your lament arm starts to vibrate again.
Hope, where is your father? What's happening?
Everything is okay. How are you?
Oh, this doesn't make sense.
Uh-huh.
Is Bolo okay? Where is Bolo?
Bolo is fine, Mother.
You lying little swine! What?
Oh my, no way!
You're blind as a bat.
Are you serious?
Disappointment you are.
Are you serious?
クズ女!
LOL, she missed! LOL, she missed! What the fuck?
Come visit me inside if you want to die.
No way! How is she gonna see now?
Hope, are you okay?
Just go after her. Don't let her get away.
Hope crying. She's not even crying. That sounds like in pain rather than crying. Maybe crying in pain. There we go. Like, hello, my game? Alright, try to kill the mom. I'll help you, Hope. Kill your mom. I'm here to kill your mom. Why the fuck are you...
Why would you do that to your own daughter?
Why the fuck are you spewing out blood all of a sudden?
Answer me!
This is none of your business, foreigner.
What the fuck?
She knows what she did. Her and her father have been plotting against me since the infection started.
Hope has been on the surface since the infection started. We're disinfecting the scaffold level by level.
A lament weapon? Where did you get that? And your armor? It's lament armor. Only Hope would have known where the lament armor was hidden.
Uh-oh.
I don't understand. You're a liar, just like her and her father. If you really believe Hope, then you can kill me and feel no shame.
What?
Fine. Have it your way.
What the? Oh my god! Holy shit, she was so close to me! What the? Why was she that close to me? What the fuck? Whoa, dude! Holy shit! What the? Why the fuck is he so close to me? Oh my god! What the fuck? She dodged my bullets? Oh, she's dodging my bullets. Oh my god, wait, hold on. Wait, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? I have no idea what the fuck is happening. Okay, wait, hold on. Ow. Okay. This is stupid and fucking weird. And I have no idea what the fuck is going on. She dodged my bullets. Hey, Adocat. Kimono combat? Yeah, I guess. What the fuck? Why is she dodging my bullets? Ow. There you go, she's dead. I killed her. I defeated the queen. My queen.
Please.
Hey, exit.
You don't know the whole story. I am not a bad mother. Hope is not my daughter. She is the daughter of the whole prostitute her father slept with. A pitiful knee-hole.
Hey! What's that in the back? Hey, yo!
You
What?
my
Excuse
daughter.
me?
Bolo was my only
You're
child.
there! You're at the back! Brother!
For the prefecture to be saved.
Brother!
That.
Look at that at the back!
I don't want to die.
Who's that?
There is no other way.
I can change. I'll be a better mother.
Who's fucking dancing at the back? Oh! That's the 1.6 animation. Yo, it is. What the fuck?
Holy shit.
Holy shit, yet true. This game looks so goofy. It is goofy. She's hitting the grid. Yeah, she's hitting the gritty. Is she dead? No way she's dead. About to come. More goofy than Yakuza? Yeah. Well, the Imperial family is now dead. You are injured from the battle in the Imperial Garden, but you managed to get Hope back to the surface. As you exit the scaffold, you are swarmed by Prefecture officers. Then they quickly bring the Hope Bring Hope into the provisional government building, leaving you outside. Though you're injured, it would probably be best to get some food before heading to bed. If Hope can't recuperate by tomorrow, you'll have to take on the final level of the scaffold yourself. I mean, to be fair though, we have been doing it all by ourselves already. So, there's that. Okay. Yeah, shut the fuck up, sorry. I want to talk to you
don't
then.
want to talk right now. Or Hope and her mother.
I did everything I could.
You're dumb.
Did you really kill an old lady? She was like a mother to us. And we let a foreigner kill her.
We have to. Hope told me to. Okay, how about you?
Is the Humpa really blind now?
Is the Hopa really blind?
What are we gonna do?
The Hopa's like really blind now. Oh my god. Super blind. Can we go to Key? Yay! I got more money at least.
Will you miss me when I'm gone, Michael? Will you think of me, even after you've left this place?
Yeah, I'll never forget you or this place.
How could I? Don't forget to get McDonald's and eat. McDonald's? Why would you eat McDonald's? Eat something else that's better than McDonald's.
I promise I won't forget you either.
Yeah, with those big nostrils, I don't want to forget you. I could literally put my dick inside your nostrils. Because it's big enough. Anyways. Ah, yes. Me going downstairs like that. What the fuck? True. Nothing's better than McDonald's nuggies. McDonald's nuggies are okay. I just want money. Give me my money. Thank you. You.
Michael, you must feel this dire energy.
Was that you? Was that going downstairs sound? It is, but like also at the same time, I've never heard that before. This is the first time I heard that.
Yeah, everyone is angry about Hope being injured, and the Queen.
It's not that. Something terrible is going to happen soon.
What do you mean?
You tried to get her attention, but she has closed her eyes and gone into a trance. You tried to get Madam Kane's attention, but she has closed her eyes. Oh, okay. I don't wanna close my eyes. I don't wanna fall asleep.
Good to see you again.
I want McDonald's. Give it up. What? Yo, RS25, why can't I gamble on your fucking like channel again? Why can't I gamble on your channel? I tried to gamble on your channel like a few times and I couldn't even do it at all. Look. Look, I have no idea why. Oh fuck, bet try again. Hold on. Oh, okay. You just scammed me. I can't believe this. Anyways, hope you're doing well, RS25. Broke ass bitch. No, I'm not gonna stop gambling. I literally tried to gamble. And it didn't work. And then afterwards, I gambled again. And then all of a sudden it worked. But I all of a sudden, like, I know I was fourth. But I was gambling. And I couldn't even, like, see whether or not I won or not. And then only at that time I lost. Because I was scammed. I was scammed, honestly. Can't believe this.
The citizens are responding negatively to your work.
Hello, Tainted Tali, also known as Eos. But also, she sounds like Tainted Tali.
Yeah, that's putting it lightly.
You're fulfilling your mission.
Deserved? True.
Don't understand their reaction.
Human emotions are complicated.
You are right about that. Oh, how has your patch been performing?
Very well. It saved me more than a few times.
I was full health like most of the time though.
Excellent. In other great news, we've cracked the secret of making lamentation armor.
Yay! Wow.
By tomorrow morning, everyone in the prefecture will have one.
Everyone?
None of this would have happened without you. You've been a great help to this city. It's been nice chatting, but we must get back to work. Have a good night, Michael.
Thank you, Eos, also known as the, like, I hear the voice of Tainted Tali. Like, I literally hear the voice of Tainted Tali whenever I hear fucking, Eos. If Tali is here, yeah, whoops. I kind of hear your voice on that robot. All right, time to go to sleep. All right, fall asleep. If Hope is still injured tomorrow, you have to head into the scaffold on your own. Pulling the fence on your bed close, you realize this could be the last time you sleep in the prefecture. Perhaps someday you will feel nostalgic about your time here. Thoughts of fighting Hope's father fills your head as you drift to sleep. Sheesh! She's on her... She has 2 eye patches! No, oh wait, no, okay. I thought she has 2 eye patches. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh! Another lament eye. That's fucked up. Later that night, you have another weird dream. Oh no! Horizon OS is staring at us now. You are in the middle of a pristine lake. Oh shit, that's the tree. The whatever it is. In front of you, there is an enormous tree. Michael! Michael! By the time you wake up, the surface will already be destroyed! Despite your efforts, the infection has reached the surface! How is this possible? There is no time to explain, but there is something you must know! If you want the prefecture to survive, you have to save both Hopes! Both? You will understand soon! Good luck, Michael! Good luck, what the fuck? Why is it exploding all over? Pew 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 pew. The whole prefecture is exploding now. Bro, this is so annoying. Shut up. Educat! You're also annoying! Shut the fuck up! Holy shit. My house is in danger. You wake up coughing. You feel extreme heat all around you. The room is on fire and you're quickly feeling a smoke. Okay. Shit. Ow. Fuck. I'm gonna use the elevator. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about, like, other stairs and shit. As you enter the apartment building, you see the devastation. The prefecture has been destroyed. Everything is covered in fire and rubble. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Where do I go? This way. What the fuck is that? Oh my god. Jesus.
Michael, you can't come any closer. The Shrine Keeper has cast a protective spell on this area.
I know, it's a very smart idea, but it works.
What the heck is going on? Everything is destroyed.
Oh, she woke up and succumbed to the infection.
Are you serious?
How could this happen?
She pushed herself too hard using her lament eye. Her body couldn't take it.
Oh no.
She woke up and destroyed everything in her path. Then took the elevator down into the scaffold.
Really?
Where is she going?
I don't know. It doesn't really matter anymore.
Is there another way into the scaffold?
Why?
I'm not giving up here. Hope is the only way I can leave the prefecture.
Why?
Michael, it's over.
Just tell me.
Fine. In the back of my store, there is an access grate to the sewer path that will take you to the fold elevator.
What, another place? Hell yeah, dude.
There, you can take an elevator down to level 6.
Okay.
Good. Is there anything I should know about that level?
I don't know much about it. I know that the air is quite toxic, so I'm giving you an aerator and some radiation pills.
Oh shit, an aerator. Amala reaches into her pocket and reviews some items. She tosses them over. Aerator, radiation pills, weapons shop key.
You just happen to have these?
I had a feeling you might want to go after Hope. The 6th floor is where all the wealthiest families live.
Damn, all the wealthy people live there? God damn. The lowest of lowest floors is where the richest of richest people are at.
I won't be able to join you, Michael. I wish you the best of luck. I'm sorry things didn't work out.
There's another area of me aware.
Goodbye, Michael.
No! Amala! He's crying now. I don't even know if you can see it. He's crying. The dude's crying. Look, look, he's crying right now. How the fuck is he crying like that? Wah. Wah. What a fucking baby. Wah. Ow. Fuck. Holy shit, the computer is destroyed. Okay, where is her shop again? Ow. The shop is here. Very pristine for some reason. We can't see it because of your damn big ass head. I know. Safe. Ow, Jesus. Okay. What's P? Where's that P here? Several boxes of food. It could be useful. Rations. I got rations. Hell yeah. Portable CD player. Yeah, that was a portable CD player. Because of stuff. What's this thing? Why's this bottle like weirdly moving around like that? Okay. Okay, bottle. Hi. Hello, little boy. I used to. Oh wait, no, he's drunk. He's drunk. Sorry. I used to own a very popular bakery, but everything fell apart when the scaffold became infected. Do you have anything to drink? There's no good booze down here. No Moon is okay, but I hear that Heaven's Night is really good. Can I take this? Can I not take it? I wish I can take it though. Wait, can I really not take it? Hold on. What the fuck? So, how am I supposed to take this? Huh? How am I supposed to take this? What? How am I supposed to take that? Hello? Is not Heaven's Night streamer? No, he said no moons is okay. What? Hold on. I got to recheck again. Hold on. No moon is okay, but I hear that Heaven's Light is really good. Let me know if you see any. I saw one. No moon is good. But do I really need to find Heaven's Light? Really? Rare. I guess so. I'll find Heaven's Night then. Hello. Hello, Gart. Only those burying a loved one or with express permission from the Hopa may enter the cemetery.
Was destroyed, right?
My duty is to protect this area. I would not leave my post even if what you said is true. Interesting. Oh shit, there's more of these. Okay, which one of them are full? Which one of them is full, actually? None of these. Which one actually? So I light up that area. Is there any other areas that I can light up? How about here then? How about in here? Nothing in here. I've already gotten the rations. Huh. That means I just have to... Like, how is this game still going? I don't know! This is still chapter 2. And it's still going. How you doing, Am I? Hope you're doing well.
You know...
Where do I go? Where do I go from here? What the fuck? I mean, I have the booze. I don't think there's anything else. I need to unlock this door though. Yeah, this door needs to be unlocked. You need your booze. Is there anything else that I kind of missed? Any booze around? See, like, this is a booze that I can actually take, but like, I think it's empty. I think the other one is also empty as well. But also at the same time, I think I need to light. I've light this up.
You know.
Come on. None of these booths are okay? Really? It's empty? It's empty. Unless I really have to... God, I don't want to watch a video. Like, I'm trapped or... I'm kind of a bit trapped, but like... Huh? Just search. I'm trying to search. I have no idea if I've searched high and low already. Try to open the door, but the flames are too intense. Ow. Yeah, I seem to not find anything in here. Yeah, there's like nothing. I'm very confused. I'm very confused right now. Can I even None of these bottles fucking work anyway? Oh, what? Oh, I had to light the vine, really. Oh, that's a stupid puzzle. I just had to have to light the vine. That was a stupid puzzle. Sure. What the fuck is this? Why is there a jungle underneath here? A whole fucking jungle. Queen of the sun, goddess of the moon. Father of the apocalypse. What? What did that do? What did that fire do? I actually have no idea what that fire do. Can I go here? Okay. So what gives now? Got fire and fire. Do I have to light up another vine or something? Oh. Was this place open before? It wasn't really open just now. A destroyed statue. Serenade of the King. Serenade the King is carved into a plaque at the base of the statue. Yeah. Serenade the King? Huh. Where's that? Why is there all these like fucking candle puzzles right here? Weird candle puzzles right now. It's not here, it's there. Wait, is it there? Wait. It was near the one candle. Is it upstairs? Hold on. Oh, it's not upstairs. Oh, it's up there. Oh, wait. Hold on. It's up there. How am I gonna go up there? Yeah, how do I even go up there? No? Okay. What? Huh? This is so weird. How am I gonna go up there? Shovel, stick. How will I be able to go up there? More importantly, where can I even go to go up there? Okay, what is this? Queen of the Sun, Goddess of the Moon. I really have no idea right now. More importantly, that this fucking game is super dark as well, so I have no clue what's happening. No. Father of the Apocalypse. What's this? Huh? What did I do? What did I do? What the fuck did I do? I have no idea what the fuck did I do, but sure. I opened something up. You opened a yeah, I opened a passageway and I have no idea what the fuck did I do even. Metal bow and arrow. Picked up bow and arrow. Okay. What the fuck? Okay. Do I need to light something? Joe Biden visiting Vietnam today? Hey yo. It's Jover, man. It's Jover. Okay. I have no idea what the fuck happened, honestly, when I opened up the passageway. I need to find a key. I need to find a key. Hello! What the fuck? Who are you? Why are you here? Do you have any food? You hadn't demanded the rations you found. Wow, this is enough for a week. Thank you. The grungy looking man ignores you and begins eating the rations. While he is distracted, you can grab the Heaven's Night drink. Yoink. About a Heaven's Night. The man is distracted. Now's your chance. I took it. Lamau. Yoink. Mine now, bitch. Yoink. I couldn't figure out why he went. Why he went while I was watching the news, but it's 9/11 today. Oh yeah, it's 9/11 today. Oh, did you know that? Oh, dumb thing right now. Did you know that 9/11 is also Teachers Day in Singapore right now? Because they fucking changed Teachers Day from September 1st to 9/11 because of presidential election day. We had presidential election on September 11th, on September 11th that we had to like fucking no, we like the date was moved to 9/11. My child, hand it here. You watch as the old woman. That's a woman? I thought that was a man. Sorry, woman. You watch as the old woman excitedly gulp down the drink. Did she die? Oh, she didn't die. I was like, what? Did she die? Her demeanor changes suddenly. She gets woozy and falls back onto her bed. Oh yeah, she actually died. What the fuck? I assumed her gender and then she died. Oh no. She has stopped breathing. You check for a pulse, but there is none. She's dead. Her lips are starting to turn blue. You could use the body to get into the cemetery. You carefully pull the dead woman off the bed and sling the body over your shoulder. What the fuck? I'm literally gonna use her as a bait? No way! Hi, I have my loved one on my shoulder. What's going on? Who's that?
This is my dear aunt. She was killed during the attack on the surface.
Your aunt! The man inspects the woman's body, then waves you through. You may take her to the disposal room. What the fuck? Sure. I'm so confused, but sure. The oven is very small. You have to awkwardly cram the woman's body inside. After getting her inside and shutting the door, the oven powers on. You can smell flesh burning as a wave of heat washes over the room. A key! There is a metal key poking out from the dead woman's ashes. Thanks. I'm so weird. I'm so weirded out by this, but sure. You cooked your aunt? I cooked my aunt for some reason. She ate the key. I don't even know. Maybe she ate the key. Maybe not. I don't even know. Picked up back alley key. Okay, back alley key. So it's gonna be used for this one, I guess. Like, is it this one? No, it's not this one. Back alley key. Oh, wait, back alley key. So it's wait, hold on. This one? Or one of these doors? So not in this one? Okay. So I guess it's there then. Go to the alley in the back. I don't know where the alley in the back is. That one? That one right there? Hey, excuse me. Thank you. Yeah, there we go. It's back alley key. Hello! The Yggdrasil tree is on the surface has died, but its dark twin has survived. What's your record for max number of keys in the asshole? Huh? Keys in the ass? You shove keys in your asshole? These twin trees has existed since the prefecture was set adrift. One grew up in the light of the surface, the other in the darkness of fold. Both will die today. There's no more time for words. Open your heart and accept the seed of the dark Yggdrasil tree. The last hope for our prefecture. When you are ready, put your hand on the dark Yggdrasil tree. Sure. I'll put my hand on the thing. Boom. Put your hand on the tree. You hear a voice in your head. I have read your thoughts. I'm speaking to your mind. I have been waiting for this day. When I would meet someone like you, do you wish to save the people of this prefecture?
Yes, of course.
By combining our power, we might have a chance at stopping this. Let us pursue the same destiny, Michael. A world without misery. I'd rather watch Jewel play CS. I'd rather play CS than this game. That's how desperate I want to end this game. A quiet last Yggdrasil's seat. I got his seat. Why am I still playing? I had to finish this game. I need to finish this game. The game's about to finish soon, I hope. You trip over a rock, sending you tumbling to the ground. Fuck! You feel a sharp pain in your leg where your knee smashed into the ground. Fuck this place! Fuck this place! You don't finish like 90%. I finished 90% of my game. What the fuck are you talking about? I don't finish like some games like Dark Souls or Final Fantasy VII. But I finished the games that I'm very interested in. Your words echo through the burning prefecture, but there's no one responding. You're all alone. You feel sweat dripping down your forehead as you stare into the crackling rubble surrounding you. So you're very interested into this. I was very interested into this because of the whole fucking CONCLUSE 1. The first game was good. The second game was... It's just too long. You haven't felt this helpless in a long time. No wonder it took like 5 years just to actually make this game though. 5 years? Yeah, 5 years. They took 5 years to... Wait, is it 5 years? Yeah, 5 years. It took 5 years just to make this game. You keep playing back the events of last night when Hope was stabbed by her mother. As it plays back in your head, you wonder if you could have done something differently. During your time in the prefecture, you witnessed how the infection tore apart the city and experienced Hope's painful journey firsthand. She kidnapped you from your mission to find Carolyn, and selfishly thrust you into her own life and put the weight of the world on your shoulders. But she also trained you and saved you countless times. You have grown to respect her. She isn't a perfect person, but no one deserves the fate she was dealt. Just like you, Hope is alone in this world, and no one is coming to save her from this situation. Most games take about 5 years to development. Yeah, but, you know, 5 years development, but like with 20 hours of gameplay, like, huh? I thought it was gonna be like 7 hours of gameplay, not like 28 hours of gameplay. He wouldn't even finish the bio. Yeah, true. That's true. Your lament arm suddenly starts to vibrate and your heart starts to beat faster. You don't have any time to sit around feeling sorry for yourself anymore. You have to get to the 6th floor of the scaffold. There's still a chance you can still save this place. Alright. Can I go? Can I go? How can I not go in? Hello, there you go. Yeah, vibrate. You're all alone. The surface has been destroyed. Though you were feeling hopeless earlier, you're starting to feel a new wave of confidence. Your lament armor is more powerful than ever before. You're ready for this fight. You aren't sure what will happen, but you're going to give it your all. Here's where all the rich people, rich families live. Yeah, all them rich people. God damn. Hey yo, farmer? Hey yo, what the fuck is that? The heavens. You're literally hopeless since she's gone, true. Time to develop doesn't mean short or long game. I guess, but I would expect, like, okay, here's the thing though. I would expect, like, some indie game to be, like, fucking, like, less than 10 hours long. I didn't expect, like, an indie horror game to be, like, at least, like, 20 hours long now. As you can tell. Because usually indie horror games are, like, fucking short. It will take about, like, at least... less than 10 hours, yeah. There's a grappling hook stuck in the barricade. You yank it out and take a look at it. You can attach this to your lament arm and use it to pull yourself over the barricade. What? I have a grappling hook now? What? What? Wait, hold on. What? What the fuck is this? Huh? Why do I have a grappling hook? There we go. What the fuck? Okay. It's easy to stretch bad games, I guess. With a lot of lore like that, then sure. A voice suddenly emanates from the Prefecture's mascot. Michael, can you hear me?
Who said that?
I've been watching you this entire time, Michael. I use these Mr. Kipo statues to watch all of the Prefecture.
Are you the Emperor?
Oh, good. You aren't as stupid as you look.
Where is Hope?
She's down here with me.
Mr. Kipo, yes.
She always has been.
Huh?
She isn't important. I want to make a deal.
A deal?
Here are my terms. I will send you back home if you promise to leave right now.
Right? Meow.
You'll just send me back?
Back to the Edison Hotel. Right at the moment you were kidnapped.
What about Hope? What about the Prefecture?
Michael, this is a personal matter. Hope is my family, and this is my prefecture.
So you fail to understand about this, am I? This is chapter 2. There's 3 chapters in this game. I have not reached the 3rd chapter yet. This is not the end. I still have 1 more chapter to go.
You killed my family. One by...
You can't hate me. You can't hate me for this game being that long.
They will be very mad when I bring them back. But you will never see us again.
You can bring them back?
Of course, anything is possible with Concluse.
Concluse?
I can even tell you where Carolyn is.
Early Geo review. I think this game is okay if they shorten the fucking game down. I think this game would have been better if they shortened the game down to like no prefecture at all. Like, what the fuck is a prefecture even doing in this whole fucking place? This whole story is supposed to be, hey, you're supposed to find your fucking wife, and that's about it, right? Why the fuck were you why the fuck did you get transferred into a fucking prefecture in the middle of you saving your wife? It's like Silent Hill 2, but like you put like a fucking space episode, like not a space episode, like a space I don't know, some space shit in the middle of the game. It's weird.
What the hell do you mean by that?
You know what they say. When a man can't please a woman, she finds someone else who will.
You're gonna fuck your daughter? What is this incest? What is this incest? First it's like the lie of the incest. Now it's actually the truth about the incest.
I'm not taking up your offer. I'm gonna kill you and end this.
Ha ha ha. You're not gonna report my stream. You're gonna report this game for talking about incest.
Be my guest.
Prefecture is a term.
Bring that pathetic little firearm of yours along. It'll be a nice trophy after I rip your throat.
Okay. Yes, but also at the same time, we went into a prefecture in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Like, how? Because we're in a fucking hotel. The whole time we're in a hotel. And then the hotel transported us to a prefecture. Inside the hotel. Inside a room, a hotel room.
You're a fool, Michael. You're no match for my daddy.
They're gonna have sex. And it's gonna be incest. What the fuck is going on?
Hope? Mr. Keepo mascots on this level of the scaffold have a secondary assault mode. Enjoy.
Oh, fuck! Lamau killed it. Dumbass. Sure, it doesn't make sense because in a hotel, that's why it's called a prefecture. You got transported into a fucking buttfuck prefecture, honestly. It's not even a boss fight, it's like a mini boss fight. Oh fuck, hello. I'm playing CS2, I can't leave. How can you not leave? Wait. Oh fuck. Oh my god. What the fuck? How do you not die? There we go, die. Oh my fucking god. (6-5) gonna take a while. They're grinding it. My dudes are grinding it, honestly. Is he dead? Yeah, he's dead. Okay, cool. How do I... There we go. Cool. Doesn't help that I need 9 more wins to even get a rank. Hopefully you can get the 9 wins though. Can I penetrate? There we go. Penetrate. Cool. And Zia gets CS2 probably. True. Penetrate? Yeah, the bullet can penetrate. Okay, he's dead. Just to be you, I don't get CS2. True. What? Are you serious? Oh, fuck. There we go. What is with the sound of this game, man? This is a big guy. He's quite big, though. Wait, can I use my... Do I still have the bow and arrow? Yeah, there we go. Like, I still have this bow and arrow. Why the fuck am I not using it the whole time? Search for Easter eggs. Like, literally, this is faster. What the fuck? Dude, die. A large spear-shaped vehicle sits at the top of the stone steps. It looks like one of the devices you found in Cordova. Hope called it the Baptist spear. Hope also said that the prefecture wasn't connected to the Baptist spear network. So how is this possible? You entered the Baptist sphere. Hey, Velu. Oh my god, are we just gonna go up? No way we're just gonna be going up right now. Oh, down, actually. Okay. Taya, you wanna go back to sleep? Well, too bad. You're staying here right now. And watching Jewel stream this weird bad game. Hello? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Wait, hold on. Which one is it again? Actually, yeah, this is the same. Emperor's Palace Tower. Towers in the distance. You wonder if Hope and the Emperor are watching you through the palace windows. Are they gonna have sex? Who's gonna watch you? No one. Cope. I mean, Cope, honestly. There's a large Mr. Kipo statue standing in the path to the Emperor's palace. As you get closer to the statue, you can hear voices coming from the speaker of its mouth.
Yes, Daddy. That's it. Just like that.
Wait, what?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh.
Well, guys, that's it for me. I'm not gonna play this game anymore. This game is so weird. They're having incest right now. What the fuck was that voice? What the fuck was that voice? Like, oh yeah. Oh yeah. How could Hope do this? It's so disturbing. You have a hard time breathing. You can't catch your breath. It feels like you're having a panic attack. A piercing pain in your head makes you double over in pain. Oh shit, we're back home. What the fuck? You are suddenly back in your childhood home. It's dark. No one is awake. After such a long night, all you want to do is go to sleep. Aunt Tara was rushed to the hospital again. I'm going to stay with her for the night. I will be back tomorrow morning. There's lasagna and the fish. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's not even convincing sex sound, man. It's like, oh yeah, oh yes, oh yeah, oh. Daddy, yes, Daddy. That feels so good, Daddy. I was like, what? Is that how sex works? This is Kara's room. And that is my room. As you extend your hand to turn the knob, you hear a strange noise. It sounds like it's coming from your parents' bedroom. You approach the door slowly, taking care not to make the floorboards creak. I gave my character 6969 HP and make my... Oh, I saw, yeah. I think get what 42069 she died. Ooh. Put your ear to the door and listen. Oh, you struggle to your feet. Your body feels unusually heavy. You try to remember what just happened, but it makes your head hurt. After taking a few deep breaths, you continue down the path towards the Emperor's palace. What the fuck? Who the fuck are you? Oh, that's Chicken Head. You step into the mirror. Oh, what? Hello.
You should move along. We don't need more street trash on this level.
Sure, whatever.
Oh my god, we're gonna fucking... What the fuck? Dude, you're gonna die again. Dude, you're gonna die again, man. Sorry, but you have to die again. Is this the postal dude? It probably is the postal dude. How you doing, Scarlet Falcon? Hope you're doing well. What the fuck? Where? How am I missing my bullets? How am I missing my arrows? Literally missing my arrows. What the fuck? There we go.
CONCLUSE running through my veins, I'm invincible.
Okay. Okay, bye. Don't know what happened, but sure, bye. What the fuck is this? Oh, that's a grappling hook. Oh, I had to unlock every single door. Oh, okay. Who's this anime person? Hope's cousin Varen. Oh, it's the cousin. Oh, okay. Hello. Oh shit, this guy has a sword. Oh shit, it's Bootleg Sephiroth. I forgot about him. Yo, what's up, Bootleg Sephiroth?
Great.
How am I gonna defeat Bootleg Sephiroth again? Wait, how am I supposed to kill Bootleg Sephiroth? Bootleg Sephiroth! Bootleg Sephiroth! Why isn't... Oh wait, hold on. There's a button right here. Okay, what does this button do? Really? What? Okay. We put him into like the fucking cesspool. Wait. There we go. Cool. Alright, who's next? Which one of you is next? Other than this guy. What the fuck? How are you not... There we go. So how are you not dead? Okay. What the fuck? Stop hitting me. Bro. Is that the mom? Oh shit, this is the guy who has sex with like a monster. Did you become Oddjob? Yeah. Because we got like the fucking guillotine hat from this dude right here. Bolo.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like that, yeah.
He's still having sex! What the fuck? What? Why?
Gross.
Why is he still having sex? I like how even I mentioned, I was like, oh yeah, this guy's the guy who actually had sex with a monster. And then, like, even he has sex again. Why not? It's a fucking monster. Why would you have sex with a monster? I would like to say that I'm genuinely surprised. Because, okay, here's the thing. James Bond was a thing. And Mythbusters was a thing as well. I remember them talking about Oddjob in one of the fucking episodes of Mythbusters. Because they did like a whole episode about James Bond or 007. So I kind of knew who Oddjob was. So... maybe you should try getting a girlfriend instead of kink shaming. True. Should not kink shame like someone actually fucking monsters, honestly. How are you doing, Green Nick? Hope you're doing well. Nice, the monster girl confirm. Sorry, I'm only into furry girls. Sorry. That's about it, man. Alright, are you fucking anyone? Woman? Or are you just praying at the corner?
You don't know the whole story. I am not a bad
Furries are
mother.
monsters? They're not monsters. Okay, hold on. Let me actually, like, use my arrows. What the fuck? Stop killing the MILF? Well, too bad. The whole family has to die. Nerf bow? It helps. If it helps, it helps. There we go. She's dead.
This is none of your business, foreigner.
Whee! Get sucked in. Sure. Autumn? Oh, aren't you the girl who actually shoved the fucking baby into a vagina again? Oh, fuck, it is. Are you gonna shove it? Oh. Okay, you're actually sleeping with the baby then.
My baby didn't deserve the fate you gave it.
Well, your baby doesn't deserve to be put inside the vagina again. Ow! Jesus. Oh my god, Jesus. Dude, baby! Fuck off! Shoot you in the balls! Shoot the baby in the balls! That's right, shoot the baby in the balls! Ow. That's right.
You will never understand what it feels like as a mother to have your child die in front of you.
You put your fucking baby inside your vagina. The whole baby inside your vagina, and that's not right, man. That's not right. The palace doors have opened. Okay. Hello? Is one of them gonna come alive? I swear to God, if one of them comes alive right now. There we go. All 5 of the logs have disappeared. You can now enter. Any daughters? No daughters. Are they gonna have sex? Are they like literally having sex inside the building right now? The room smells old and musty. Like no one has been here in a long time. Okay. Am I gonna open that door and we're gonna see them having sex? That's not them having sex. How about this door? Oh. Oh, there's multiple doors. Oh my god. Hall of Preserving Harmony. The fuck? Door won't budge. What the fuck? Miniaturized version of the Imperial Government's building. Is that like a cockroach in there? Why is that a cockroach in there? Wait, what's that? Oh, do I need a wax fucking... Oh, I need a wax seal. Of course. Oh, there we go. Wax seal. Do I need it for here then? No. Oh, maybe I need it for there. Okay, wait, hold on. Any other seals around here? There's a box. Check the red box. There's nothing inside. Okay. How about this one then? There's nothing inside. Okay. You try to open, but it requires a key. So I need a key then. Okay. How about these two? Nothing. A box right here as well. Nothing inside. Anything on this one? Black lipstick. Okay, black lipstick. Which one is the red thing again? Red seal. Okay. This is a mirror. A large mirror. Okay. I did grab black lipstick as well. What do I need to do with this mirror? It's just a large mirror and that's about it. I have black lipstick as well. Oh, a book. There's a book sitting on one of the several ornate couches in the room. Supreme harmony through natural processes. Flipping through the pages, you stop at a diagram that grabs your eye. Draw a triangle on the mirrored surface. Say the prayer of the sacrifice backwards. If the gods decide you are worthy, the path forward will open. Of course you have black lipstick? Yeah, because I want to be goth. Hell yeah. The mirror transference note mentioned you can draw a triangle on the mirror surface. You aren't exactly an artist, but that should do. The note say you need to say the words of sacrifice backwards. When you and Hope were at the Imperial Garden, you used the phrase Na Daki La. La Daki Na. Nothing happens. How about this? El Ikad An. An image illuminates into the view inside the mirror. Inside the mirror. Into the mirror? You place your hand on the mirror. Oh, okay. So I'm a fucking cockroach now. Actually a cockroach, what the fuck? Okay, they're painted on. Okay. Oh, key. Picked up the golden key. Hello, little cockroach. Bye-bye, little cockroach. Is there anything else in here? Another cockroach and that's about it? Okay. Alright, golden key. For this box right here? There we go. There's a thin metal key inside the box. Palace model key A. Palace model key A. This isn't palace model, right? Wait. Can this hand like go away? Why do I still have a hand? Get the hand out of the way. Bro. Bro. You notice an interesting detail. 2 locks at the front door of the palace. Okay. What did I get again? Palace. There's Palace something A. Palace key A or whatever it's called. You notice any interesting details? A hand in front of your fucking face. Yeah, true. I don't know why is this hand in front of my fucking face right now. Door won't budge. Were there any other boxes that I need to unlock? Because it feels like I don't have any other boxes to unlock. Not this one. Hold on. I feel like one of these doors are actually not painted on though. Yeah, I feel like one of these doors aren't painted on. Oh shit, wax seal. Oh, I missed that one. Okay. I think that's the other thing that I need. Unless there's something else around here. Oh, all the static fucking thing on the screen is just a bit fucked up for me at the moment. Yellow, so I guess this one. There we go. Okay. Ah! I'm now out of it. There are 2 locks holding the palace door shut. Can I use one of them? I guess I can't. Fire pit. It's probably not a good idea to start a fire in it. It's not made out of metal. Okay. Good thing that the cockroaches ain't fucking attacking me or anything. That's one good thing about the this one so far. Orange wax seal. Okay, cool. We got an orange wax seal. Probably think that there's a key around here as well. Otherwise, that should be it, I guess. Really? That's it? That can't be it. Okay. What do I have again? Why is this thing still here? Get out of my fucking face. Alright, orange seal. Put the thing into the mirror. Oh my god. Ugh. Why is it so hard to move? Yeah, why is it so hard to move for this area? It looks like I have to like fucking go left and right a lot more. An antique door, doll, okay. And paper clips. Enormous paper clips, I see. So is that it? That can't be it. I refuse to think that that's it for a lot of the stuff in this game. Or in this area of the game, actually. Okay. So I got a doll. What do I do with a doll? What do I do with a doll? Well, one thing I could think of is for sacrifice. What can I do with a doll then? Oh, you can take out the lighter and use it to light the doll on fire. Doll to burn quickly, igniting the coal surrounding it. After a minute or so, you take out the doll. Do your best to extinguish the fire. Inside the remains of the doll, you find a thin metal key. Palace model key B. So I'm guessing it's for these two? As you approach the palace entrance, you start to smell the smoke. Turning around, you find that the fire pit you used to burn the doll has caught on fire and ignited the part of the Emperor's palace model. Oh shit! The fire has engulfed the mirror that transported you here. You can no longer exit that way. Okay, the door has now been unlocked. A suffocating stench fills your nose as you step inside. After your eyes adjust to the low level of light, you see what the source of the smell was. Thousands of dead and decaying bodies line the floors. They are piled on top of each other, forming gnarled hills of gore. Cockroach for life? Yeah, man. Fire is spreading quickly. You need to find an escape. Okay. Not here. I kind of fucked myself over, though. White wax seal. Wait, I can't escape. Uh-oh. Where can I escape? I can't escape. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die in the suffocation. What? Excuse me, what? Wait, hold on. Is any one of these still on fire? With the white seal in hand, you tried the mirror ritual. Ow, it caught on! Okay. What? Huh? The mirror didn't take you back. Wait, just call R2 and the repeal to unlock the trap. Yeah, sure. I got Ancient. Dude, Ancient has been fun so far for me. The only thing I do about Ancient is that, like, you fucking rush mid and that's about it. And then people do not know what to do, so you just rush mid. The mirror didn't take you back to the Emperor's palace. This room is even worse than the last. The floor is lined with the corpses and fetuses of dead infants. Okay. So, what? The fire is spreading here. This isn't looking good. What the hell am I supposed to do? There has to be some way to escape. You aren't giving up yet. Can I be a baby? Gaga goo goo? Goo goo gaga? Goo goo gaga? Goo goo gaga? While searching for a way to escape, you find you can still see a mirror in one of the rooms. You aren't sure if this will work, but you have to try. Use the black lipstick. It worked! I'm out. I'm out of here. Alright, cool. Where's the white seal? Here's the white seal. Hello? Oh fuck. That's a woman. What the fuck was that? As a woman starts blasting? Yeah, man. Shit happens. But you know. Palace mate quarters. Have you died in this game? I think a few times. I'm not too sure. It feels like I've died in this game a few times. But it's in like the first chapter. Hall of concubines? Fuck is concubines? Oh yeah, the gun will be healing. Yeah, the gun heals me up a lot. Garden of Peace. What the fuck is this? Wait, there's an egg here? There's a black egg sitting in a trial field with Concluse. Dark egg what? We got a fucking dark egg, sure. Oh, it's like, oh, sex room, okay. Hey, look, a bicycle. If even rich people enjoy sex, sure. As you can hear by them having sex just now. Who even gets sex? True. Some type of meat. What? You get sex? Hall of Comfort Women. I see. Where do I go? I need to check something real quick. This part right here. Pleasure Squad. Pleasure Squad? Wait, you have a fucking squad that has pleasure? What? Pleasure Squad. In for the duty. You can too enforce simple stats? Hell yeah. The Emperor moved heaven and earth to create a pathway to this sacred realm. He created the stairway to heaven, and then created the heavenly device. We are honored to be chosen to join the Emperor in this blissful new world. Garden of Tranquility key. The sex suit? Yeah. Tranquility key. Is this the Pleasure Squad? Aw, man. Garden of Peace. I just need to find Garden of Tranquility then. Okay, where's the Garden of Tranquility? This one. Wait. Garden of yeah, is it this one? Isn't it this one? Where can I go in? From here. Wait, where can I go in? I can't go in. Awesome with the 2-year resub, much appreciated. Hyper Jammies. Hyper Jammies. Thank you for the 24-month resub, much appreciated. Hope you are doing well. I am trying to find out how am I supposed to go into the Garden of Tranquility. There you go. I got in. A blood red statue stands with its arm out. Okay, I use my dark aid for this one. Concubine quarters key. 2-year but no VIP. Sub more. Sub more to the channel. Smile. One day I'll get my own game and go. True. When she was over, she played Castlevania Symphony on the night for 5 hours. That's cool. The concubines have become tiresome with their constant prudeness and apprehensiveness. We must speed up development of the device of heavenly creation and begin the task of replacing the concubines and consorts. We can store their bodies in that special place with the eunuchs and other desirables. What the fuck is eunuchs? Eunuchs all over. Also, what key did I get? I don't remember what key did I get. I got a key. I don't remember what key I got. Concubine's quarter key. Okay. I think I know where that one is. Boys with their balls chopped off. Yeah. Oh. Is it the pleasure squad? Alright, cool. Garden of Birth key. Damn, this fire is gonna burn everything up. Garden of Birth. Garden of Birth. Garden of Birth. It should be this one. There we go. Hello? I'm gonna take this egg. Thank you very much. Can I have horny guards for sexy palace? True. Not sexy palace, the sex palace. Okay, I use the dark egg. You hear a mechanism activate nearby. Ah! 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 Why is there a dinosaur in here? There's a key lying in a trial field with CONCLUSE. Oh shit, we got the pleasure squad key. For the scalies. Stop moaning. I didn't realize there was gonna be a fucking dinosaur in here. Quickly, we have to go to the pleasure squad room. The pleasure squad. Squad up, team. We're here for the pleasure. And for me to climb up. Any pleasure squatters in the chat? Hey yo. Wait, what? Oh, up here. Oh fuck, another fucking dinosaur. Why is there a dinosaur in here? What's with all these dinosaurs? All these weird ass fucking dinosaurs, man. And chained up guys. Bruh. Dino Crisis remake confirmed? Yeah, man. The Dino Crisis remake is this game, honestly. Okay. Anything else? Hello? Hello? Oh fuck, there's another one. Oh, there's a fat guy. Is that fat? No, that's the same like size guy. I thought he was more chubbier than the other one. This is probably better than Dino Crisis 3, really? There's a book resting on the dusty stone pedestal. Only the gods may grant an audience with the emperor. When enough has been sacrificed, you may be deemed worthy. To begin the ritual, place 2 sacrificial corpses on the pedestal. Light a black candle and say the words of sacrifice. If you have been deemed worthy, a path will open. Schematic. What? Huh? What? I got a sacrificial meat though. First time I'm playing, I hate it already. Ancient is quite difficult to get into. But once you get used to it, it's a really fun map. Meat. I got my meat ready. Joe isn't worthy of anything. I'm not really worthy of anything at all. Is there anything else under there? Yeah, there is, but like, how am I gonna get that meat though? I don't think I need that meat then. 10 FPS at spawn? Oh shit, dude. For CS2 if you're a laptop though, that's gonna suck ass. Where can I put this thing? Where can I put my meat at? Hold on. On the pedestal, light the black candle. Okay. So I need them to be on the pedestal. Yeah, the water looks fucking good and pretty. Can I put the thing on the pedestal? Are these not the pedestals? Is this the pedestal? What is a pedestal? What is a pedestal in this fucking thing? I don't understand. Hello? What? Okay, what is a pedestal? Am I dumb? Statue where you found the key? Dude, I can't go back though. I can't go back there. The only like fucking pedestals I can think of is this thing. What the fuck? Okay. Maybe? I guess maybe it's the whatever it is, yeah. I'm just gonna go back there again. No? Okay, yeah, I didn't know. That is not a pedestal. This is also not a pedestal. I don't understand what the fuck did they mean by a pedestal though. Severe torture device? Yeah, you put it in your fucking balls and then you get castrated or some shit like that. I know about those kind of shit. It's painful as fuck. But I still have no idea what the fuck is... I don't understand what the fuck a pedestal is in this game. Like, huh? What the fuck is a pedestal in this game? Unless you mean this chair right here. Oh, do I need a candle? That's what they want me to do. Do I need a candle or something? Where's a fucking hole right here? I like how the texture is all like so fucked up as well. Ugh, okay. Let me think. I can only think of this as like a pedestal. Huh? Okay, this is... this is going well. I am stuck. Yeah, I'm totally stuck. I have no idea what did they mean by a pedestal. Can I still go into like any of the other rooms? No, I can't. Okay, I can't go in here. I can't go in here. I can't go in there. I can go in here. Oh wait, is this the black candle? Oh, there we go. Oh. Okay. So I was just missing the black candle this whole time then. I think that was the only thing that I was missing this whole time. I hope. And then I can do the ritual. I hope. That was loud as fuck, dude. That almost scared the shit out of me. You reach the 6th floor, what you had assumed would be the Emperor's penthouse. Instead, you find yourself in a bright room with a dark pool of concluse churning at its center. Overhead, there is a large 3D printer. It looks like the 3D printer is using concluse instead of filament. Could the Emperor really be printing these using concluse? The implications are disturbing. Control panel, vaulted, menu displays a list of options. There's a list of stored schematics, a print command, and a scan command. Navigating to the list of schematics, you gasp. There's a schematic for Hope and her other family members. This must be how the Emperor was able to bring Hope's family members back from the dead. It also explains the Hope impersonator you have been hearing on the intercoms. Hope isn't her father's concubine. What? Hope isn't her father's concubine. That would be unthinkable. You laugh at yourself for thinking something so ridiculous. Boom! An explosion echoes around you and you remember the building is on fire. There are no other doors in this room. How are you supposed to get to the Emperor? Starting to panic, you exit to the main menu of the control panel and click on the scan function used in Imperial schematics. The control panel scans the code on the schematics. A picture of your home appears on the screen. The file name is Michael is home dot object. What the hell? Boom! The 6th floor is starting to catch on fire. You don't have much time. The control panel asks if you want to print the object. You quickly click yes. Oh shit. It's printing my house! Is it? It's kind of printing my house. Wait. How am I gonna go in then? Oh, through here. Okay. Is it this way? This way. Boom! Nadakila! Oh shit! Let's go in! Oh shit, this is my house! My house is inside! Poggers. Hello? Is the Emperor having sex in my room? No way, the Emperor's having sex in my room right now. I saw the dev is super active in the Steam forums. You wanted... Well, yeah, but like, I don't know. I honestly don't know. What's this? Oh. TV. Are you guys having sex in my room? I swear to God, if you guys are having sex in my room... Hello? Kara? Kara loved to read trashy horror novels You will sometimes hear her giggling about them from your room. Lakeside murders. God damn. That mirror is broken. Holy fuck. Foreigner mirror. Deborah Chow. Wait, what? Kara's music box. It used to be our great-grandmother's. It requires a key to open. So I guess I need a key to open that door. I mean, that thing. Are you having sex in my room? Okay, they're not. At least they're not. I don't even get to have sex in my room. True. A black hole will destroy us all. Dead.net. What kind of black hole are they talking about? Door won't open. Okay, so I guess I need to find a key then. How am I gonna find a key? I can't go up. I can't go back out. There is a candle right here though. I can't light it up. I can't light it up at all. What are these? Anything in the fridge? Nothing inside the fridge. Cabinets upon cabinets upon cabinets. Seems to be nothing. Yeah, it seems to be nothing at all. TV. There is a magazine on here. Sofa. Sofa has nothing. I have no clue then. I guess I need to go to Kara's room for a bit. Huh. Is there anything else in this room? Oh shit, it's here. Small key on the floor, okay. There you go. There's a top. Where's there a top here? Horse Clues 2? Yes, how you doing, Guns? Hope you're doing well. I'm doing poor. Hope you get better soon. You hear a door unlock in another room. Okay. Another room. Wait, which one? This one. Oh shit. The garage seems colder than the rest of the house. Concluse is pulling on the floor near an overturned chair. Overhead, there's a noose hanging from the ceiling beam. You can see a key attached to the noose. You move the chair. Can I not get fucked by the chair though? Music in FNAF? Is it really FNAF? Parents' bedroom key. The noose is around your neck. You're choking. You swing back and forth violently, struggling to free yourself. Just when you think you are about to pass out, you hear a snap. The noose breaks and you topple to the floor. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. We're back here all over again. Okay. Oh, this is fucked up. Everything looks so, looks rusted, even the water. Oh, this is really fucked up right now. What kind of nightmare am I put into? What the fuck? You got a red hand? I got a red hand for my armor of some sorts. Why is there a horse in here? Oh wait, that's not a horse. I was like thinking like, why is there a horse in here? Who let a horse in here? What the fuck? Why are you still on the floor? Who let a horse in here? I think that's every stream. True. Honestly, so very true. I think to myself about that every time. Okay, why is it not dead? There you go. Now you die. Oh fuck, are you not dead? Hello? Why is it not dead? Oh, whatever. I'm gonna pretend that it's dead. How am I gonna get out of here? Where do I even go? I got my parents' keys. I don't have to go here. Wait, can I even go back here? Or is it like a fucking... It blocks me out, okay. It's weird. I don't... Wait, hold on. Why? Where? How? I have no clue. Is this thing supposed to die? I can't go back here. That's the one thing that I can't do right now. I can't go back there. What? I am a bit confused right now. Fitch? Rusted shut. Okay. Nothing's on the TV. Nothing's on the walls. Nothing's on the door. What's that thing? Oh, that's just a light. Oh, that's just a light bulb. I don't think I can do anything with a light bulb, right? Yeah. Huh. Don't tell me this dude has to give me a key. If this dude has to give me a key, then I'm kind of fucked. Why am I getting dog food at? You're not sub, that's why. Sub to the channel. So that you can avoid the ads. Smile. Ah, fuck me. I don't understand. I might have to watch Teddy's fucking yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna watch Teddy's fucking like gameplay or something. Hold on. I have no idea what the fuck am I supposed to do from here. It looks like I have no clue. No clue what the fuck like this thing is. Give me a sec while I actually look at Teddy's fucking video real quick. Cause I know Teddy fucking played this game as well, and he was like telling me like this game is weird. This game is just weird. Which one did he do? This one. I think it's this one. I think it's this one. I'm gonna watch back and see what he has done in this place. He went upstairs like I did. Okay. Okay, I've been to the part where like okay, I've been to the part where he's at. I still have no understanding why he has to play this game at 24 FPS. Like why does he have to play this game at 24 FPS? Okay, how does this fucking bar open? There's a bar that opened up. How does that bar open? This is a long game? It is a long game. What the fuck? Wait. Hold on. So he has to kill that thing. Hold on. What the fuck? So he has to kill that thing. And I can't kill it because it doesn't fucking die. Really? Really? His died and mine didn't. That's how good it was. Okay, I need to fucking restart this place again. Cause apparently I really softlocked the game. Where's the candle again? Candle. Yeah, I really softlocked the game. Cool. I swear to God, if I can't kill that enemy again, we're gonna be in some serious trouble, game. Alright, open the door. Kablamo! There you go. Okay, we have seen this before. I'm not gonna repeat this again. I like how they printed like so quick of my house. Like so weird. Okay. Going in. Where's my key again? Key's here. Why did they even put the key there in the first place? Like, huh? Okay, sure, music. We get it, the music, man. But yeah, this game's a long game. This game is like, I don't know. I don't even know how long I've been playing this game so far. What is 6 plus 7 plus 5? That is 18 hours so far. Plus another 3 hours, so it's 21 hours of me playing this game right now. Compared to the first game was like 1 hour. Well, 1 to 2 hours, I guess. Okay, does this open up this gate now? What the fuck? Why is it not opening this gate? Hello? How about now? Does this open up the gate? What? How does it not open up the gate? I've cleared everything. So the game is 12 hours longer than the... Yeah, it is 12 hours longer. 12 times longer, sorry. That's what I meant to say. What am I missing? What am I missing? I've restarted the place for a damn reason. Excuse me, game. Huh? What did Teddy do? Wait, hold on. What did Teddy do? What? Okay, wait. I need to like speed things up real quick for my site. For what Teddy has done. Because I have no clue what Teddy did. So he killed a bunch of these enemies. He saw that fucking this gate is closed, and I'm looking at the gate at the moment, and then he shot this enemy. Okay. Was that like a switch? Oh, that was a switch! Oh, I didn't see the switch. Okay. Where am I again? Here. Oh, it was so hard to see. Okay. The switch was so hard to see even. Won't be able to get back up. Oh well. Yeah, it's so hard to see with this fucking, like, lighting. Ow. Let's get out of here! Into the light! Everything's all burning down right now. This is the Emperor's penthouse. All your time in the prefecture has led to this moment. Make sure you are ready before stepping through these doors. I am definitely ready. Just want to save my fucking friend, I guess. Friend? I guess. A daughter. Whatever it is. Hello. Why is Hope naked? Is Hope in a white gown?
Princess Hope, is it true what they say? That you can see a person's future when you look in their eyes? Well, what do you see when you look in my eye? Ha 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 ha.
The fuck? Ha 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 ha. So we were led to a fake Hope. The real Hope is— oh my god! Oh my god, they were showing the sex! They were showing the sex! God damn!
You are sick in the head.
Oh, we have a visitor.
Hey there, Michael. I'm so glad you could join.
Ah, yes, the Emperor. Hey there, Michael.
You arrived earlier than we expected.
You almost caught us in the middle of something.
Keep it to yourself, whoever you are.
Come on, Michael. You're being too rash.
No! No!
And have some fun.
What do you mean? I'm not having a threesome?
It's been 3 years since you saw your wife, right?
What? No. Don't.
You want someone to comfort you?
This is getting in a wrong turn right now.
You aren't even Hope. You're just a pathetic copy of her.
Do you really believe that?
The truth is a bit more complicated than you realize, my boy. This is the real Hope. The one you've been working with is the imposter. I printed that Hope using Concluse. She was designed to be a totally innocent version of Princess Hope. I created her after
Are you sure? For surrender is yes too? Hell yeah.
A few months before our child was due. You must understand. Our family was like this long before we were infected with Concluse. The daughters of the Itawa clan are all groomed from a young age to complete their special duties with minimal resistance. I had hoped to acquire Autumn's child, but when that didn't work out, another Hope was printed instead. Printed with the sole purpose of enjoying her corruption all over again. Unfortunately, she escaped.
Hope was right. You're sicker than I could have ever imagined.
Uh-oh. What the fuck am I—
What the heck?
What? How?
This room is an antechamber. You can't fire lament weapons here.
Your ignorance of lament weapons is truly hilarious.
Is he gonna steal the weapon off
Wasn't
me?
that other Hope supposed to be training you? She was always a letdown. Any last words before I squeeze the life out of you?
I didn't.
Maybe we should have that threesome instead? So that you would let me stay alive? Smile? That's the most probable thing I can think of. Oh, holy shit, what the fuck? The fuck? It's rude to say no, but we say no. That's it, we say no. Oh my god. The place exploded. Huh? Okay. We'll save here. Oh, there's that. Yeah, there's that, man. I don't know what the fuck happened, but sure. Jeez.
Hope, are you okay? Wake up, come on.
She's fine. She's just recovering from that fall. I took the liberty of planting C4 charges in the palace while everyone was sleeping last night. Michael, listen closely, because we don't have much time.
You planted C4 in that building? Holy fuck.
You're going to pay for that, Michael!
Horizon!
There is something about your lament arm that your sister didn't tell you. Something really important.
Okay, tell me now. Tell me now before they come. Tell me now. Tell me now before they come.
Let's show the foreigner the true meaning of pain.
Yes, Father, as you wish.
What?
No!
What the fuck?
My dear, as usual.
Your disgusting family is an insult to this prefecture. Let's finish this.
Okay. Wait. Oh my god, Jesus. What the fuck? Okay. She has that stance. She has that fucking kung fu stance. Shoot her! I will! How you doing, Takoyaki? Hope you're doing well. Oh shit! She spread her legs like how she spread her legs with her for her dad. True story.
Oh, disappointing.
True in the game. Incest is some kind of canon lore for some reason.
Now it's your turn.
You can kill her if you want. I'll just print another.
Print another just to write dick? No way. Sorry, not write your dick. Sorry, write your dick, not write dick.
She has always been a bit of a nuisance.
I mean, technically you can write dick, honestly.
Nah, I think I'll kill you instead.
Oh shit.
Oh, is that
Right
so?
dick, left shark? Yes. How you doing, Kit Kat Clover? Okay. Dude! What kind of sound? Dude! I hope you're doing well. Oh fuck. I have a gun, you have your fists. My dude, I don't think you can kill me at all. I don't think you can hit me at all. I have my fucking gun ready on you. Oh fuck. Okay, sorry. I didn't mean that you. I didn't know that you have a sword. I didn't know. I didn't mean to say that. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Kick Up Clover. And boom. Really? Is Hope back? Oh my god. Oh, the dragon from before is back. Dude has a pet. What the fuck? I have no understanding what the fuck is happening, but sure. Holy fuck. What the fuck is happening? Okay, he's dead, he's dead. Oh my god, Jesus.
I'm surprised. You think this would be an easy fight?
It took 5 years to make this? Yeah, man, 5 years just to make this.
Hoping I beat all of you.
Humans are not meant to use lament weapons. But you wield this one like it's second nature. Tell me,
is this the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon video game? It's a bit late to all make sense. Crouching Tiger? No, I don't know about that. What the fuck? Oh! Oh, no, that's not it. No. This is another game. I don't know what... I don't know the Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon video game, though.
Us old-timers always have a few tricks.
Oh!
You shouldn't have let your guard down. Out of respect, I will wait until you die before I start eating you.
You're gonna eat me? What the fuck? Cannibal? Cannibalism?
Goodbye, Michael.
What?
당신의 몸은 죽어가고 있어.
When did we get into Korean?
완전히 파괴되고 있지.
When did we get into Korean?
단지 한 가지 선택만이 남아 있어.
What? We went from Japanese to Korean?
그걸 좋아하지 않을 거요. Don't die yet, human. You and I are just getting started.
Don't die yet, human. What the fuck is going on? What the flying fuck is going on? This whole time in this game, what the flying fuck is going on? Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Carolyn's fucking amulet.
All that's left now is to enjoy my meal.
Okay. Oh shit, I'm still alive. Oh, what the fuck? Hey, yo.
I'll never forgive you for what you did to Hope! You destroyed the Prefecture! You destroyed your family! You destroyed everyone who ever cared about you!
Oh my god. What the fuck?
You okay?
There's some alien shit right there. Yo, what the fuck?
Come on, Hope. Don't die. You can't die. Here, I have something for you. Take this.
What? Oh, it's a seed. Oh, you gave her a seed.
Do you feel anything?
Hey, yo! Come on! Take the seat! Hell yeah! Maybe? Oh shit. She grew into it. You put your seed in her. Yeah, I did. I literally put my seed in her. Put a seed in her. And now she became a tree. Your wife is the mana tree? No, not my wife. My wife can't be the mana tree. Oh.
Hope! Hope, is that you?
Oh shit.
Hope, are you okay?
We really beat them.
You're right. They healed.
Wow, we gave her a seed and she actually got better.
Eye is gone, thanks to the Yggdrasil tree. I think the other hope is a part of me now.
I'm so happy we both survived.
Makes it more 64.
We make a pretty good team.
Yeah.
Now that my father is dead, the ritual is complete, and you will soon be transported home.
The ritual? What ritual?
The Shrine Keeper and I performed a ritual the night you arrived. If you could kill the Emperor within 7 days, you could go home. If not, you die, and we take your lament arm.
You were gonna kill me?
I'm sorry. We just didn't know if you would cooperate or not. You must understand, there was no other option. Michael.
It just disappears like that. What? Shoot her? He just disappears. Michael just like snaps out of it, he disappears. Where the fuck is Michael now? He just goes back home? Goes back to the Edison Hotel? No way, he just ran off. Oh my god! We're in chapter 3 now! We're in chapter 3 now! Oh my god! We're finally in chapter 3! We're finally in chapter 3! The final chapter! Yes! Yes! Chapter 3 in a day? No way. It's gonna take hours. Oh my god. We're here. We're in chapter 3 now. Oh my god. I'm so excited. We're finally in chapter 3. But back in like the Dark Edison building. Hello? Oh shit, now we can actually go down.
What the hell?
Uh-oh.
Whoa.
What's that? Oh shit, the Grand Wizard from the first game! He would like to discuss with your wife, Carolyn.
Where is she?
This is the guy from the first game! Our master will explain everything to you. End of message. That's it? Brr. Okay. So I guess I had to go down from here then. Jump the hole. Jump in the hole.
They really expect me to jump down there?
Do it!
Oh, shit.
Yeah, just do it. Just do it, bitch. Fuck it. Just do it, man. That's it. Ah, finally. City of Cardinals. Okay, we're finally in chapter 3 after God knows how long that I actually spent in chapter 2. A console connecting the generators nearby. You press the center button but nothing happens. So we're done with the fucking prefecture. So I still have no idea why the prefecture was like there in the first place. Like, I feel like the Prefecture was just there as, like, a fucking... Like, oh, they want to extend the story, but they extended it way too much. They extended the story way too fucking much. Oops. There we go. A book. It looks like some kind of diary. It reads, the process can only start by the keepers. They must be baited with a combination of the dark substance and the human ear. After the bait is thrown into their hole, a solution of boron must be thrown in as well as a chemical catalyst. When this happens, the chamber will enter a lockdown state. Next, the mechanism must be activated by turning on each of the generators. If everything is done correctly, the keepers will emerge and operate the mechanism. I have no understanding what the fuck is he talking about, but sure. Sounds like utter nonsense as well. I need to go to that fucking place soon. Wait, what? A large square hole in the floor. Above you, you notice a white... Oh. Okay, I see. Is there another place that I can go? Which one is one? This is one. The phone is still ringing in there. Trash is empty. Hold on. Ritual generator activation. Activate generators 1, 2, 4, 6. But how do I even activate the generator then? Is there like a lever that I can actually pull? You know what? I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll just figure out what to do, because I have no idea what to do so far. So I'm gonna head to the bathroom real quick and then I'll just see what I can do. I'm back. Okay. This phone is quite annoying, but how am I gonna turn it off? Well, first step is, how do I activate everything in this whole entire area? Oh wait, can I go up from here? I can go up from here. Oh, this makes sense then. Fuck. Okay. Well, it makes sense that I can actually like fucking hook up like that. Okay. Yeah, it makes sense I can hook it. It means like I can still go from this way then. Nothing happens. Wait, if I can hook myself from this upper area, can I hook myself up from another upper area? This one. Okay. Oh, I need it. I need to get through here. There we go. Can I get through here? Hello? Can I not get through here? This is so weird. Oh fuck. This is like so weird to even hook yourself up from like that. I'm derping right now because I have no idea what the fuck's going on. What? There's an invisible wall right here. Okay. And lock this door? No. I just still have to go from here then. Oh, fuck off, dude. I keep dropping. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's a safe. Okay, that's a safe place. Can I go? Can I at least go? I guess I can go to like this side instead. Hook myself up like that. Okay. That door doesn't open. Oh fuck, there's two of these. Both of them are dead. I bet there's an Easter egg somewhere in this area if you fall in the right spot. Would the devs really put Easter eggs as you fall? It sounds very weird. Honestly. What the fuck was there? Oh my god, a censored person! It's hentai! It's hentai as an enemy! Holy fuck! Imagine having a hentai as an enemy. Upon closer inspection, you find an important piece has been pulled out of the control panel. Really? I need an important piece, huh? Okay. Hello, hentai monster. Come here, hentai monster. I killed a hentai monster already? Holy shit. It's dead. Button's unresponsive. Its generator seems to work. Where's this fucking phone? Why is it ringing so much? It's just ringing so much, man. It's not in here. It's not here. I am just stumped at the moment. Nothing's in the trash can. I can't go in here, right? Yeah, I can go in here. How am I gonna get there? Yeah, I need to find a key. That's for sure. Hold on. Is it stuck or something? Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me. Upon closer inspection, you find an important piece has been pulled out of. I guess it's like something that I need to put back in. It's not this. I don't think it's this. This seems so weird. How am I supposed to go back in? Okay, there we go. I can go up from here. What? What the fuck? Are you serious? Huh? What? Are you serious? It was a fucking candle on the top of this. No, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I don't even know how you even solve this puzzle anyways. There is a broom propped up against the window. Would you like to move it? Yes or no prompt. Yes, you move the broom. You stare into the blacked out window into what you assume is another room. After staring for a long time, you swear you see something shifting and moving in the darkness. You feel paralyzed as it gets closer. Nothing appears at the window, but you still feel something there. You hold your breath and whatever it was leaves. You hear a door behind you unlock. Okay, where's the phone now? This is the phone. There you go. Hello, Dad. I'm back again. After like the first chapter.
This is all your fault. All of it. What? When you fucked up everything. I'm gonna come there and I'm gonna end this once and for all.
What?
What the hell?
I fucked up everything? Oh man. Random useless junk. It looks like someone was injecting themselves with CONCLUSE. Looking closer, you find something interesting. Turbine replacement parts. Oh shit! That's the replacement part we need. Okay. So that makes sense now. So I just had to go back to the whatever place it was. Before that, I really do need to save as well. Let me save before anything happens. Why is it called like 9/11? It's just called 9/11. Oh wait, today is 9/11. Fuck me. I was like, wait, why is it just called 9/11? Today is 9/11. Never forget. Never forget 9/11. Stay safe out there. It happened on 9/11? Oh no. There we go. After replacing the part, the turbine power is on. Okay. So with that turbine on, can I press this button now? Is this another area? Or is this the way back? This is the way back. Oh. So now I can do the generator? Can I do the generator right now? 1, 2, 4, 6. No, I still can't. Okay. You still can't? Yeah. I can't and can't. Is that what I heard? Hey! No fair. Okay. So those turbines are working. Okay. These two are working already. Hey, get this? There's a place to attach the hook. Can I just use this hook instead? Machine is powered and working. Okay. So the turbines are powered and working, but what can I do with them? What even is this 20-hour long game? Basically, the short synopsis. Oh, maybe. Wait, but does it use this? But it's a small hook, though. I don't think a small hook would actually work. Yeah. So the short synopsis of this game is that you're going to like a town called Hell to find your wife, and then that's about it. Just guessing. I mean, yeah, that's a good guess. But the hook is small in this fishing hook. So I don't think a small hook would work. Although size doesn't matter. But in this in this case, size does matter. And yeah. Wait, hold on. Sus. Size doesn't matter. But size does matter for some reason. Okay, what if I okay, wait, hold on. Okay, so I need to power on something else. Unless I'm missing out a key. Which I don't think I'm missing out a key, right? Wait. Joe, you read this, you gay. I gay. Rip. But yeah, the short synopsis of this game is that, oh yeah, you're finding your wife in a town called Hell and you want to rescue her and that's about it. But then afterwards they put you into like a middle section with the drifting prefecture. And now you're out of the drifting prefecture to be back to find your wife again. And it's like so confusing because I do not know what's the middle part of the game all about. It's just that you're in a prefecture being a vigilante because someone actually kidnapped you. So it's like so weird and confusing. And now it's weird and confusing because I have no idea what to do right now. So that's like the whole story of this game so far. Does this elevator work now? There you go. Elevator descends. Okay. I can't even see shit. I can see this thing. I can see shit from my end. I feel like you guys can't even see shit from your end as well. Even if I brighten up the fucking gamma. Fucking wheelchairs. Oh, what the fuck? What killed me? What the fuck? What killed me? Huh? What? I just got pushed down. The fuck? Bruh. No way the fucking game just pushes me down like that. Wait, can I even use my... I can totally use my bow and arrow, right? Okay, where's this thing? Bow and arrow with this thing. There we go. Get out of here. Alright, bow and arrow. Bow and arrow the fucking chair. This guy's a concluser. What the fuck does that mean? Oh, lose. Oh my god. Fuck. Ugh. Someday, somehow. Someday, somehow, I'll ban Heisei. What an idiot! What a fucking idiot! Okay. What the fuck was that? Where's that go all of a sudden? Okay, wait. Do I still need to hook up? Yeah, I do need to hook up. I guess it's not there. Okay. Angelic means of torture. Not much of the book is legible. You find an undamaged page with the following written. Torturing each angel individually would have taken Salsas centuries or longer, so he used a clever trick of creating a double of himself with a mirror. After realizing the power of this mirror, he lined up hundreds of mirrors across from each other and made thousands of himself. The angels who had never seen such power wept openly during their slaughter. First settlers. Not much of okay, the same thing. There was never a reason to visit the surface. The dark substance provided anything the settlers needed. Over time, they forgot what the surface looked like and dwelt below, hidden between worlds. Lies reality tells us. So while the illusion of happiness can keep some content, it is only the delicious glory. So he used a mirror to clone himself, but didn't know the mirror could clone. Yeah. It is only the delicious glory of misery that can satisfy the soul. To know pain and sadness is to know the universe state of life. Oh, the universal state of life. We are all joined in our misery, and the constant misery created every second. Vessel of flesh. The vessel must be pure. It must never be exposed to the dark substance. It must be kept sterile. Only then will the seeding take. The seeding take. I love seeds and taking. It's like cum. Interpretation of prophecy. When the child is pure, when the child of pure light is consumed by the dark substance, a path will open, a path that leads to the world of the progenitor, and the dark assembly, the world where Concluse was created. Huh. Early experiments with the dark substance. After having no luck with rodents or reptiles, Edison moved on to testing large mammals. Deer seemed to react most passively to the dark substance, probably due to their low intelligence. Edison's deer didn't start showing signs of aggression or violence until very far into the trial process. Sorry. Okay, wait. So if I'm up here, why am I up here in the first? What the fuck? Why am I getting dragged out? I'm getting dragged. Hello? Whoa, dude. I am getting dragged. Somehow, I was getting dragged. The Parr residence. You are surprised to find the book empty. No pages. There's a hollowed out area where the pages should be. There's a large rusted key inside. Parr residence key. Okay. Demon oil. A cup of the dark substance can burn for several days, but care must be taken to avoid the fumes. Experiments in distilling the dark substance have proven shitty Blair Witch reference has proven fruitful, with it taking on strange new properties when refined. I think that's about okay. That's one more. Superior race. Not a simple difference of upbringing, but an entirely different set of human building blocks. In this way, it is obvious who the superior living creature is. We are superior, we are the chosen, and we serve the keepers. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. So I guess I have one key with me. Yeah, I have one key with me. So I had to really go back? Oh, damn. Maybe I really have to go back, huh? Okay. The Parr residence. Parr residence. I think it's around here if I'm not mistaken. Is it this door? No, it's not this door. In boo. In boo. I'm guessing it's here then. Is it these doors? Yeah, it's these doors. Okay. Let's go in here. Nothing. Let's go in here. Also nothing. Oops. A belt? A chastity belt? A rusty diving harness. You have wondered what the diving platforms in this area were for. It looks like you had to dive off yourself to find out. Diving harness. Okay. This one? You can use the diving harness here. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're literally gonna bungee jump. You land feet first in a mud-like substance. You begin searching the area for anything useful. You find a large metal dome covered in human remains. You notice something shining inside. Gate S key. Bruh. The fuck was all of that? Gate S key. Ah, okay. Is there anything that I can hook myself into? Okay. More of these shit? Really? Hold on. Alright, let's attach ourselves to this thing again. Bungee jumping! Upon closer inspection, you landed on a dead woman's body. Her face has been carved off. There are ears stapled to her nether regions. Wait. Wait, what? Her ears are stapled to her on her tits? On her nipples? Wait, nether region. Oh, wait. Is it tits? Or is it forehead? Dumbo? Dumbo? Human ear. Below the waist. Oh, okay. What am I in here for? Wait, yeah, actually, wait, hold on. Why was I in here for? Is that literally a tube of nothing? There's still like one more place that I can actually bungee jump myself to. Okay. Alright. So there is a place like further in that I can actually still bungee jump to. think it's right around here. Yeah. Alright, bungee jump. It was stapled to a vagina? That's what it was. I thought it was her tits. It was like on her nipples. You find a small rusted schoolhouse and search inside. While walking down a long row of rusted lockers, you discover that each is filled with a dead child. Taped to one of the lockers is a key. RXS key. Oh. That kind of key. Okay. Can I move? I can't move. I can't move. Hello? I can't seem to move. Game? Game? I can't seem to move, game! Do I have to repeat this thing all over again? Oh man, time to repeat this thing all over again. Cool. Cool. It's a short distance anyways. I was lucky that I saved anyways. Because I was like, if I didn't save, this would be a long fucking journey back. Because I still had to go with like the other few platforms to bungee jump. Wait, what? Ooh. I can't skip this cutscene. Just saying, like, any kind of cutscene that I'm watching in this game, I can't skip it. So they have to, like, show me the same thing all over again. Wait, what? What? Did it happen again? Why does it keep happening? What the fuck? It just keeps happening. I probably, okay, you know what? I probably need to check on how. I can't move. I just can't move. This is bullshit. I can't move. Hold on. Let me actually check on someone real quick. Wait, where is this area that Teddy is at? I'm using Teddy's like VOD as references for my playthroughs because it's easier for me. And also at the same time, like, I can totally tell like whether or not I fucked shit up or not. Because I don't think I've fucked shit up on my end. Unless, you know. The only thing that I could think of is that I should put this game in 24 FPS for now. Alright, let's see about 24 FPS. I still can't move. What the fuck? I still can't move. I still can't move. I have no idea. I have no idea what to do in this game. I can't move. It soft locks me. Huh. What am I supposed to do now? Is it supposed to be like that? Hold on. I gotta check on Teddy's fucking VOD then. Because it feels like it's not like that. Unless it's actually like that. Which to me is, it feels like it's kind of shit. That I can't do anything. Yeah, it's, I don't know. I can't do anything at all. It's not even the fucking graphics at all. I don't think so. Yeah, I can't move at all. I don't know what to do now. It seems that I can't move in this game, and I probably need to ask the dev about it or something. I don't know. I just can't move for the past 3 times. What do I do now? That is the question. What do I do now? So I just end stream for the night and then come back tomorrow and see whether or not the game is gonna work again. Maybe the dev will be like, okay, we'll do a hot fix or something. Cause I can't really do anything about this whole like thing so far. Start a new game. Ah yes, we're gonna start a new game. That's for sure. After, I don't know how many hours have I taken for this game so far. I've taken like 6, 7, 5. About a lot of hours already. It's about like 21 hours that I've been playing this game, and it's still not ending. But yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna end stream today. Thank you guys for thinking about it. I will see you guys. Let me see what I can raid. Yeah, I'm just gonna like see whether or not there's gonna be a fix for it. If there's no fix for it, then whatever. Because it seems like I don't want to continue on with the game until like it's fixed again, or like maybe there's something that I have no idea is, I don't know. Maybe something from my side. I'm not too sure, but I don't want to bother about it for now. I don't want to be like, yeah, I'm just gonna research on like for an hour, seeing whether or not I should actually like do a hot fix of it. But yeah, I'm a head off for now. Who can I raid? Me, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna raid it off to fucking Haganator, even though he's not live at the moment. He's putting up cartoons at the moment. Like there's like cartoons that you can watch on Haganator's channel. I don't know, just fucking watch cartoons, I guess. I have no one. Why would you raid him then? Yeah, I mean, watch cartoons. There's Sonic at the moment. Sonic is on, so go watch cartoons. He will likely go live soon. Yeah, he will likely go live anyways. But like, go watch cartoons on his channel. He's streaming, or like he's showing Sonic at the moment. So yeah, if you like Sonic, then old Sonic, I guess. Anyways, thank you guys for sticking by. I will see you guys tomorrow if I can actually fix this game. Take care. Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Bye.